Well, hello, my people. How's everyone doing today? Wow, lots of people in here already. Hello. So it's been a quite interesting 24 hours, I would say. Um, if can you guys hear like cars passing and stuff? If you can, I'll shut the window. The birds are chirping and everything, and I just kind of like it. It's really nice here. It's like 65, but now the dogs are barking, so I might have to shut the window. Um, Yeah, so I think overall we've got a lot of clarity with this video or this interview rather with Jose. I think he did a wonderful job of explaining how Summer was because I think he did a really good job of explaining her character. Thank you, Susan. 85 there, Joyce. Wow. Um, nice. Very nice. So what I have been talking to Jose all day. Um, he feels really good about the interview. He will be back doing another interview very soon. This time he will be doing it with his face. Um, So, the people out there who has been saying, "Oh, it's not the real Jose," this kind of thing. But also, Allie, Andrew, um, I think even Candace said that it was the real Jose. Um, we did we made sure it was the real Jose. Um, yeah, so yeah, that we have contacted. He's talked to FBI, he's talked to TBI. We have talked. We've sent everything. It's just one of those things. So what I thought we could do is I'm not going to be here 5 hours like I was yesterday, but I always say that and I am. So who knows? I will slow chat in just a moment. I have to. I'm just going to play my video here first, and then we will. I'll slow it down. I promise. Thank you guys so much. If I could get um ICU to come up, maybe Lori Davis and Kim, that would be great. And we will start out with watching the video, and then and then we'll play it and pause it a little bit, and then we'll discuss what our thoughts are. I would like to hear your thoughts, you know, our thoughts up here on panel. Um, oh, thank you, dear. Thank you, Teresa. Bless you, sweetheart. Appreciate it. Thank you for being here today. Thank you all for being here. Um, yeah. So if ICU, Kim in Dallas, and maybe Lori Davis, Heidi can come up, that would be good. Anybody can actually come up if they want, as long as they're respectful, but they have to show their face in the back part of the chat. Hi, Amanda. Thank you. Welcome. Let's see here. Yes, Ricky. One of the mods can put my Yaya Sisterhood Urgent read your text. Okay. Hi, Lori.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
Good. How are you, dear?
I'm doing well.
Good. I see you. Hi, I see you.
Hi, I see you.
Hi, how are y'all?
Good.
Good. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Still
Awesome.
running on adrenaline.
Yeah, I bet. You guys did such a wonderful job. Really.
Thank you. I'm going to tell you
You
guys,
all are.
it was literally months to find Jose
I bet.
because he was. Hello, Fibro.
Hi, babe.
How are you?
Hi, Kim. Hi, Heidi.
I got a shower.
Hey, Kim. Hey, Heidi.
Hi.
Hey,
I
thank you
see you,
so
Lori.
much.
Hello, everyone.
Hey.
Thank you. Thank you, Yaya. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Thank you, Patty and Pink. I really appreciate your super sticker. Welcome. And I don't know how you pronounce that. DDD Shaw. Great job, mister. Thank you so much. Welcome. Appreciate it. All right. So what I would like to do, I would like to play yesterday, and then we'll just kind of stop. And I really want to hear the channels or the people in chat, their commentary, whether you feel that he was, did you feel like he was being truthful? Did you feel like he was not being truthful? What is your opinion on all of this? Heidi, by the way, I don't get your text. I don't understand what you mean. Or maybe I looked at the wrong text. I don't know.
Oh,
Yes. So thank you all so much for being here. I'm going to slow it, I promise you, in just 1 minute. So if you guys could go ahead and mute your, oh, sorry.
do you want me just to tell you straight up here?
Hold on. No, don't.
Okay, I'll text you again.
Hi, Chris.
Hey, Justin.
How are you, honey?
Good. How are you?
Good, good. Good. I really think, yeah, I mean, I think for the most part, I feel like he was truthful, and I think that Kitty May, I think you hit the nail on the head, right there. Which chat's going so fast, I can't see it. You could hear the compassion, and he has a lot of regrets, and that's really hard to live with. My dad used to say, "It's too late to say uh-oh." You know what I mean? Which means, don't second guess yourself when you feel that inner feeling that we're supposed to feel. So if everybody could mute, I would appreciate it. And then we'll get started. Or you believe something, you please put "in my opinion" or "allegedly" in the chat, because a lot of people can take things as fact, and that is also how misinformation can get out, and we don't want that because there's been enough in this case. So, Jose, how are you doing today?
I'm hanging in there, actually. Rough night, but I'm doing okay.
Good, good. Yeah, you're a hard one to track down.
Yeah, I literally was, I had mental problems, and I just went off grid to, get myself back together again.
Yeah, yeah. So Jose, can you tell us how you how did you get down to Tennessee? What led you down there? How long did you stay in Tennessee? And just the general concept. I'll give the floor to you right now.
Okay, so basically, I was going through a real bad divorce, and I basically had a psychotic break, and I was staying with a friend of mine that actually was going to move down to Tennessee, and I wind up going with them to go down there. And where we were supposed to stay, the place had fell through, we didn't really have anywhere to stay. And my friend was, you know, his children's mother had lived down there, and she had a friend that basically had a room, and no one wanted to stay there. But because of what I was going through, I decided to just stay in Tennessee, and I wound up renting the room from Candace. And they were great to me, you know. They were actually real nice. They helped me out, you know, and so I was basically staying with them. I was almost there, a good 6 months living there.
Okay.
And
From a just a question, how many of you guys in chat, whenever we started, you know, whenever we heard about Jose being there, how many of you thought that he was just staying for I just thought he was there for like a week or two. I never knew he was there for 6 months. To me, the way that they made it made it sound like, you know, he was just there for 3 seconds. You know what I mean? Not literally, but you know what I mean? Like just a minute. Anybody comment? Okay. Let's see. Approximately when did you was you in Tennessee staying with the Wells to approximately when did you leave?
this would be maybe, I believe it was February or March. I remember it was winter time.
Mm-hmm.
We wound up going down there, and I left like a little bit almost before we were touching fall, you could say.
Okay. Okay. Okay, go ahead with your story. You're fine.
So I was staying with them at the time, and they was helping me. At the time, Donnie wasn't in the residence at that time. He was actually in Utah
Mm-hmm.
at that time, and I was renting from Candace. She was there with her mother as well, and her 4 children. Well, not her 4, because Josie actually wasn't there either. Josie was with Donnie Wells in Utah.
Okay.
So in the house, it was basically Wayland, Wyatt, and Summer in the house.
Okay.
And so while I was staying there, a lot of things had transpired while I was there. You know, I guess they all liked me in the sense of relationships wise. You know, they found I was cute or whatever. But at the time, because of what I was going through, I really didn't want to hook up with no relationship type deal. I was just trying to get myself together, you know, having severe nightmares and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And so while I was there, I could remember the first time I initially walked into the home that we were coming up.
I do want to say that allegedly, I believe at least, Allie did a little bit of an interview this morning, and she says that the reason her and Candace got into it was because basically Candace was all over Hunter, if you understand what I mean, and that she has stated this morning that she had recent, I don't know how recent it was or anything, that she has filed charges against Candace, allegedly, but we still don't know. But she said they're just dragging their feet more or less. So, yeah. So we'll, you know, that should be very interesting to, you know, to see. Yes, guys, keep it classy. If you can't say anything nice, don't say it at all. We are adults. We can verbalize our opinions without being rude or mean or anything like that. Hello, Mountain Girl. How are you?
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you, Chris?
I'm good again. I fell
Good,
off.
good. You fell off. Okay, gotcha. How are you? You doing okay, Mountain Girl?
I am. I actually did not know that you were doing a second part until I was finishing my live a little while ago, and somebody had chimed in Purple Nights and said that you were going live, and I'm like, what? I'm like, I have to hurry up and get off so I can watch.
Okay. Yeah, I would absolutely. I would like to definitely come to support your channel as well. If one of the mods will put Mountain Girl's link in the chat, I would appreciate it. So we're just offering commentary on the video. I just kind of pause it every so often, and you guys can join in the conversation. I'd like to hear all of your thoughts and opinions. Okay. But while the video is playing, if you don't mind muting it.
Hey, I'm going to jump down and help chat.
Okay. I'm going to probably mod a few more people.
Okay,
so.
thank you.
Okay.
I'm going to go down too.
Okay.
The driveway, how to get up there. Their lawn was like if you was in another state, they probably would have got fined for the way that lawn was because how tall it was. Lawnmower was sitting there. The kids didn't really have much play area. Also, at the time, I also found out there was a poisonous snake lurking around in the yard.
Oh, wow.
They had a beehive hidden under the lawn by the driveway. It was pretty bad. I found all these things out after I mowed that lawn for them so the kids could play. I remember the first time I initially walked in through the door, I was pretty much shocked at what I saw because as you entered, you see mattresses on the floor, blankets were thrown all over the place, and TV was in a certain particular corner with movies piled up, and then as you entered through another door, you got to the kitchen area, and truly it was disgusting. Dishes piled up, looked like it hadn't been washed in weeks. Roaches all over the place. I remember asking them to use the bathroom, and you would walk a little bit and had to go behind these double dressers that they basically turned into a wall so you couldn't see someone actually using the toilet. So they had the toilet there and the sink and the shower, which was like a shower stand. And where the shower was, when you looked down, it was supposed to be like a little closet area where they had all their clothes just hung up and things like that. So when they were taking me to where I was going to sleep, it was downstairs in the cellar. And I was thinking, I don't see no stairs, how the hell am I going to get down there? And when I looked just behind this counter that they had that basically looked like a bar that they built, there was a hole in the ground, and you just walked down those stairs and you were into the cellar. And when you look to the left was the parents' room. And
now, when you say cellar, do you mean basement?
Yes.
Okay.
Basically,
Okay.
yes, the basement.
Okay.
Okay. So when you walk down those stairs, as you're going down through the hole, you would look to the left, and to the left was a big open area. They had a 42-inch TV on a shelf. Their door to access outside into the driveway was there. They had a couch in front of that door, and then their mattress was basically on the floor. They didn't have no bed rails or anything. It was center blocks on the floor, and the mattress was on top of those center blocks.
Whose bed was that?
And then that was the parents' room.
Okay, downstairs.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you say there was a couch in front?
What's that?
I think that's just the video, Justin.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, it's the video.
I'm so blonde sometimes, guys. It's so sad. It's so sad. God help me, Lord. Thank you, Miss Fletcher, for becoming a member. Jose did tell me something this morning. He was saying with the interview room, you know how he said there was a hole in a hole somewhere where they could, like, I guess there's a hole in the floor where the heat could raise up. Do you guys remember that yesterday? Anybody in the panel? Can you talk?
Yes, I recall that.
Thank you.
No, I don't. I didn't hear that.
Yeah, he said there's a hole in the floor where the heat goes up. Oh my goodness, members everywhere. Thank you, Mrs.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, he
Fletcher,
said they put a
Janet.
couple holes in the floor.
Yeah, and he said in one of Chris's videos, I guess when he's in the house with Candace, yes, Dr. Burns, yes, exactly, holes in the floor for heat. But he said you could chat, that's where the kids allegedly watched, I guess, Allie's stepdaughter, I want to say he said, and or maybe it was Candace's stepson, is what he said.
Oh, are you talking about? I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, please.
Are you talking about where he said the peephole, where he watched?
Yeah, you know how he says, what does he calls the basement a cellar, but I think that's what he meant by the peephole, as you know, he
Oh,
was
okay.
using that as a peephole. I don't,
Yeah.
but I'll read the text to you here in just a little bit. Thank you, M Noble. Appreciate your super sticker. Thank you guys for becoming members. Appreciate you.
I remember that, but I don't remember a hole in the floor.
Yeah, it was for the heat. Thank you, Pretty May.
Interesting.
Appreciate you. God bless you, hon. Any other comments? Okay.
Front of the door that goes outside.
Correct. Yes, that was to prevent any of the kids opening and closing that door.
Uh-huh.
You know, when y'all finally contacted me, you know, just going a little ahead, when y'all had contacted me and was telling me everything that's going on, I could clearly remember that, you know, looking at these videos as they were talking with Donnie, and he's like, well, you know, Summer's pretty intelligent. You know, she could have opened that door. You know, no, there is no could have. There is a definite, because she had the consistency of always unlocking the door and walking out whenever they see fit. And this was not just Summer. This was also Waylon and Wyatt as well.
Mm-hmm.
So they would just come in and out freely, you know?
So the
Candace,
door did lock.
for them. Excuse me?
The door
You
did
said
lock?
the door does lock, or it did not lock?
No, it did not lock. Something was wrong with the lock, and they couldn't find the key, so they basically had this.
Jose said yesterday. No, Jose is definitely not Hunter's father. Jose told me, I believe it was the night before last, that that door was never, ever locked. Maybe they fixed it after Summer went missing, but it was never locked because, you know, something was wrong with the lock, but it was never locked. So, I mean, even someone could have been down there waiting, or even a parent could have been down there waiting. Who knows?
I've always thought that.
The larger one that looked like it was a sofa bed, but it wasn't, and it was blue, and they had that pushed up against the entranceway of the door, and that's where the kids would hang out and sit and watch the TV, you know, watch movies and cartoons and things like that.
Okay,
And
so the couch was inside, right? It wasn't like an out. They didn't.
No, it was inside of Candace and Donnie's room, but it was pressed up against the wall that literally the door was there.
Okay.
And I slept in the room adjacent to them. And in that room adjacent to them was basically the kids' playroom. and all their toys was in there and stuff. Another thing was when I seen a photo of where they showed how the boys' beds were and things like that. That bed was never there. That bed was the bed I slept in the cellar. It was literally pushed up against the wall, and the rest of the room was the kids' room that had all their toys. And I remember it specifically because the kids would always come downstairs. Hey, Jose, how you doing? And I'm like, hey, what's up? And they would be like, we came to play with our toys. And I would be laying there, and I'll be like, go ahead, have at it. Go play with your toys, you know. And Candace would yell from upstairs. That you know, leave Jose alone. He's trying to get rest and stuff. And I would tell her, don't worry about it. They're kids. Let them play. I really don't care at all whatsoever. So it was basically my room / their playroom, which I never denied them entrance. There was no door to the room. They could just freely walk in.
What was there doors anywhere in that in anywhere in the house?
Only the doors to get in and out of the home.
Okay, so but there was no internal door.
There was an internal door from the first room you entered through the front of the house to get into the kitchen. It was a blue door with a glass window, and that door, when the kids were, you know, not behaving. This was after Donnie came back.
Hey, hold, 1 second, Jose. 1 second, Jose. I see you're having some feedback. Your mic may be okay, there we go. Go ahead. Sorry, Jose.
Okay, so Donnie will always keep that blue door closed, and he would tell the kids, you know, don't mess with the lock. We don't have the key for this door. Leave the door.
Can you imagine being an adult and not having doors on your bathroom? Or thank you, Tanya, appreciate you. New members, and you did a great job with Jose. Thank you. You're very kind. Appreciate it. Can any, I mean, and just the lack of privacy of using the restroom, you know, you don't want your kids to sit there and watch you be on the toilet, you know, and it's very demeaning to the kids, you know, I mean, for them to not have privacy.
I am so glad that you mentioned that. Do you mind if I chime in?
No, I need all of you to chime in. Go for it, everybody.
Okay, so my thought on that, and you know, I'm not trying to be disrespectful to, you know, the parents or anything, but let's focus a little bit on what their occupation is. I mean, they do drywall for a living, and I can only assume that the size of that bathroom would not be a hard task, especially for individuals who have the knowledge and the tools and the means to, you know, provide that kind of privacy. It kind of threw red flags, in my opinion, when I heard that, because we also know that the father had allowed the ex-employee to visit the home. And whenever, you know, I heard Jose on the live indicate that, you know, I got chills, because I could only imagine, you know, any little child trying to have privacy in a restroom. And, you know, who knows how many guests, you know, entered that home and would have had a clear vision of a small child, her or her siblings, using the restroom. And I just wonder why nobody has questioned, you know, with their occupation, why that wasn't an easy task to fulfill.
I wholeheartedly agree with that. You would think that I'm getting some feedback or something. You would think that, you know, it would be easier to fulfill, but I think in my opinion, probably when Don got off work, what he wanted was to just, you know, be in his addiction, probably, you know, with all any due respect
they-
that I can give, but
They built the add-on to the house, so why
yeah,
couldn't they put walls up?
well, exactly.
You know, I think
Especially in the
someone,
bathroom. In the bathroom. That's like the most important thing.
Exactly.
Thank you, Brent. Appreciate you.
wasn't it McDonough or I can't remember, and I could be wrong. Someone I thought said that there was an addition there, but they tore it down and was going to try to rebuild it or something like that.
Yes, that
Yes.
well, they tore down part of the house, I want to say, and they rebuilt an addition.
And that's what I heard. They were going to, but it's like never happened. But people that are on meth, they love to take things apart and tear it down with high hopes to build it back up, and it never happens.
You know, that's a good point. I never thought of it that way. I see you. I've heard, I don't know,
Absolutely.
but I've heard that people on that type of drug likes to, yeah, take little things apart and stuff. So
But
Oh,
why is
yeah.
that though?
I don't know. I mean, why does drugs make a person do a certain, you know what I mean? Like,
Because I mean,
I
I
don't
know
know. I
with
guess it gives them
ADHD, I could start a project and think it's the best thing in the world and not finish it because my mind goes elsewhere.
yeah, I'm the same way.
Yeah,
I'm the same way.
definitely.
Where is Vet Girl at? Vet Girl, can you text something or like not text, but write something in chat? Okay.
I think with the
Anything else?
privacy of not having any doors or the walls up around that bathroom to have any sort of privacy for those children and for yourself, um, knowing absolutely whoever, I can't see panel right now, but whoever said, he works in this industry. And if anybody works in the reconstruction industry, we all know there's extra material. We all know that sometimes they over order. Why in the world? One sheet of sheetrock is all it would have taken to give a wall. So I believe when Jose says he did nothing, Don Wells did nothing in that home when he got home from work. He
Yes.
couldn't build a wall for his little kids. He
Holy
couldn't build a wall for Candace.
crap, Vet Girl. That's extraordinarily generous. Thank you so, so much. Summer loved French fries. She loved to be outside. Mountain Dew is here, can to grab. She went on her Swifty early in morning in her PJs. She lived, loved, and was an adventurous little girl. That's exactly right. You know, she reminds me of Pippi Longstocking. Does anybody ever remember Pippi Longstocking?
Yes.
I appreciate the
Yes.
interview. Thank you, Chasing Truth. Appreciate you for
Like
being here.
carefree and
Could you guys drop Chasing Truth's
She was a
channel?
happy little girl, it sounded like.
Yeah,
Yeah. Very busy.
yeah.
Go, go, go.
You know,
Busy,
Pippi.
bossy, just, sorry,
Sassy.
Justin.
No, you're fine. Pippi Longstocking, she would water the flowers while it was raining. She was just an adventurous little girl. Yeah, I modded you, Vet Girl, if that's okay. All right.
Were somewhat open, and it was basically, to keep the house warm and things like that. But if the kids did get out of hand, Donnie would send them in that room and close both doors, the doors to the front room and the door to that kitchen. And the kids would be in there, though they had TV and
Uh-oh. The call dropped. Hold on, I gotta fast forward it through here because that's not good. There was an issue.
oh yes, absolutely.
You were talking about the kids was put in a room or was something to that effect?
Oh yes, that would be the front room as you get to the entrance clean up little by little. And the more consistent I got with it, the boys started to help me, Waylon and Wyatt. You know, I would do the dishes, or Waylon would dry them, and Wyatt would put them up so they wouldn't break or anything. They started sweeping, you know, when they returned back to school, and they would come home, you know, they weren't even allowed to eat until they had to do their homework, which I feel that that's wrong, because, you know, the children eat at 11 in the morning and they're coming home at 3 from the bus, 3:30. Of course, they're going to want to eat something small. They're hungry. They're young. They burn through that energy. And they couldn't even eat. They had to do their homework first before they ate. And even after their homework was done, it's dollar pizzas, you know, or chips or cupcakes. You know, I'm saying to myself, like, where's like turkey and cheese, tuna fish, maybe a can of spaghetti and meatballs, you know, things like that. Not even that was there, you know. And I could remember that when the first month that I was there, Allie would constantly, every single day, she would go to Walmart, all the way to Kingsport, to Walmart, and spend her little bit of money that she earns from her job, you know, taken away from her children and giving it to Summer and the boys, because even she was eye to eye with me. These kids need to eat. Like, what's going on here? You know? And it was just an incredible experience, you could say, an eye opener. It made me realize, wow, you know, compared to these people, I'm a wonderful dad, you know? Like, I cook, I clean, wash clothes. I've even done laundry for them, even, you know? And they are amazed, because all they kept saying is, Donnie don't do things like that. Like, that man does not do anything. All he does is work, drink, come home. That's it.
Okay, could you
know, so
could you tell us about when Don returned? How did all of that go down?
Well, basically, when he was coming back, I remember Candace was telling me that, oh, he's pissed. And, you know, before he returned, I find it kind of strange that he said he didn't know who I was until he came home, because I had spoken with him on numerous occasions on the telephone while he was on his way back from Utah, you know, and I thought everything was cool between us. He came home, he was calm, he didn't drink the first.
So yeah, Jose did work for a short period of time, while he was down. Well, she was only down there 6 months. I need to ask him to find, if he can try to remember where the place where he worked. But he made like those cat scratch towers. You know what I'm talking about? Anybody? Thank you, Debbie.
Yes, I
Appreciate
do.
you.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
They're like carpeted things, you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
it's like those carpeted, you know, they get like boards or something and they put the staples with the carpet in it, and that's what he did, which I thought that's a very interesting job, you know.
Right.
Ware manufacturing. Is that what it's called, Noel? Are you local? So
At least he didn't sit on his butt and do nothing, you know? He was doing something to
absolutely.
help himself.
Absolutely.
That's exactly right. And he was always helping around the house too.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I ask a question real quick?
Go for it.
Okay, so in that little clip there, we had heard him mentioning something on the lines of when the children got off of the bus. We also heard that when he stayed there with the family, that it was only 3 of the children because the eldest was out of state with father. He also indicated that he stayed there for roughly 6 months.
Correct.
So when he mentions the kids getting off of the bus, that leaves some questions, because I thought this was during, you know, COVID, and maybe that's why the oldest son was able to go off and miss school.
I can
But
answer that.
clearly,
No, it wasn't during COVID. There is some questions between Allie, Andrew, and Jose. They're a little mixed up on the dates. Nobody can get really specific dates. Jose is saying that he arrived in February, March. It was the winter time. And he was leaving. He left around October, November. It was 2020. And then Summer went missing in June of 2021.
Okay, yes, and I caught
Right.
that, but I think my biggest question here was, okay, the kids, the other children were clearly in school because he's seen them get off of the school bus. So I guess my question is, was the eldest son, able to miss that long of amount of school? And was he possibly enrolled in Utah for school, since we did hear the father indicate on the news in an interview that his intentions were to move to Utah to make more money. And we also heard yesterday in the live, Jose had stated that the house was packed up during the time of him staying there. I just wonder if you guys, thought of that, or.
Yeah, that's
No
interesting.
one knows if Josie was indeed enrolled in school or not. I think they're trying to get a hold of Mary to verify if she knows
Oh
the length
wow,
of
hold on.
time, whether he.
Let's just show this what Tiffany Marie did. How classy is
Uh-oh.
this? Good for you, Tiffany Marie. Thank you. You're
Wow,
very classy. We appreciate
that's
you.
so horrific to
Yeah.
say.
Guys,
Because
this is
you're
what
getting
kind
all
of
the views
creator
that she wants.
Wow.
You got the
this is the
interview that she
creator she
wanted.
is.
I'm
It's
so
the most
sorry,
childish
Justin.
Okay,
thing anybody can do.
I'm blown away.
Wow.
Let me just show the class act here.
Yeah.
But we keep moving on, guys. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Tiffany Marie, for that lovely super chat. And we hope your day is better. Thank you, Mindy. I really appreciate it. Welcome. Thank you, Charlotte Ann. And thank you, Debbie McGuire. But yeah, it's very interesting when it comes to hold on. Did Jose report any neglect if he claims he's seen to CPS? No, and that is exactly what he's really struggling with.
Mm-hmm.
He was, to be honest with you, he was crying terribly. Just the guilt that he had. He said, I shouldn't have effing left. I should have just not cared. And
Now,
done something.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Mhm.
Getting back to about Dawn being in Utah and the house being packed up.
Thank you,
Dawn
Tawanda. I really appreciate you, honey.
recently come out and said that he was looking for a place for them to live in Utah.
Right. That's what I thought that I had
Yeah.
heard.
I mean, they could have, that's an interesting point, Mountain Girl, because nobody's ever thought about that.
Well, Candace agreed that she was looking into getting money for the property. That's where Jody Sue came in. She was going to offer money and she was going to go move to Utah with Donnie. And then something happened to where Donnie decided to come back. And, there is a question out there that we still haven't been able to find the answer to is, how did he get Josie out of school for that long? Wasn't, the school board notified? Wasn't there a red flag thrown there? Did he enroll him in school in Utah? Like, nobody can really answer that question just as yet.
Well, that's one of the things I have wrote down on my list of questions, the follow-up interview. How was Josie allowed to be out of school? So we're going to get that answered.
Schools closed in April of 2020.
There was somebody in chat that was trying to get Justin and Mary in touch. And I think that would be very insightful. I think she's supposed to email Justin.
Yeah.
So maybe that can, happen somehow.
And
And
there's
there's
no factual information about why CPS was in that house from the beginning.
Not
Right.
that we can
I don't
get.
think anybody can say that I know factually that this is the reason why CPS was in the home from the jump. I don't think people can say that yet. And I often wonder if that's another reason they could have been involved, is that maybe somebody didn't go to school the proper way. Maybe. You just don't know.
Maybe, yeah.
very
That's right
interesting.
around the same time. It's good. Yeah.
But Allie had said that Candace had CPS called on her 7 times.
Allie said that, it was kind of like she would call CPS on them, they would call CPS on her, like a back and forth.
Yeah, so like a tit for tat.
Yeah.
Does anybody remember the date on the Facebook post where the land was listed for 30,000?
Was that for the family's home on the mother's page?
No, this is a listing that, or a post, excuse me, from Candace where she lists the property for 30.
Are you there? I see you.
Sorry about that. Yes, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead. What
Okay,
was
did you know?
No, finish. Wait, I didn't hear the rest.
No, I was looking for the post or either a screenshot of that to get an exact date.
Let me see if I can look really quick, because I did come across that on her Facebook, the public one. Just a second.
Thank
Okay.
you, True
I'm
Crime.
looking as well.
Thank you, True Crime and Terry. Appreciate it. Thank you for your insightful interview, Justice and Jose. Thank you. I really appreciate you being here. Okay, so we'll any other comments before we continue?
Nope.
Okay.
2 days. On the second day that he was there, he got his old job back, was ready to return back to work. And next thing I know, he's back into work. A couple of days later, he gets paid, fills up his fridge full of all this frozen junk food and beer and liquor. And right away, it's to the drinking.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember a couple of times I would be downstairs, laying down about to pass out, and I hear them fighting upstairs. And it's not like a normal fight. It's a drunk fight between two drunk people.
Yeah, when you say pass out, you mean going to sleep, right? I just want to be clear.
Basically, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, but
you just got to be really clear on here.
At the time that he returned, I had started a part-time job, to earn a little extra money and things like that. So, it would be like almost 8 o'clock at night, 8:30 maybe, and they would be hammered, and I mean hammered. But they didn't look like they were hammered, but they were drunk. We were talking Black Velvet and a fifth of it, and they will always have a 12-pack of Mountain Dew under the table. And I clearly remember that because the minute the box opened a soda and Candace would crack it open, Summer would come running into the kitchen. Can I have soda? Can I have soda? And I'm like, baby, you don't want juice or water? And she would be like, no, I want soda. And they would just give it to her. And I would tell them, too much soda is not good for her. She's too little to be drinking that, but you could only say so much before you realize that what you're saying is going through one ear and out of the other.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And
when did things turn after Don came back? And can you tell us about that?
About a week after he returned, things started to really deteriorate with me being there. He kept accusing Candace of sleeping with me. or while he was gone and things like that. When I finally saw the video that he was talking with the guy Chris from TIR, he was telling them that, oh yeah, you know, she had this guy in the house, you know, and you know he was gay or whatever. That's a bold-faced lie. I'm not gay. I'm
Okay.
nowhere near that.
Okay.
You know, I am a straight man. I
Okay.
prefer women. That
Okay.
is my preference.
Right.
Period. And
Well, that's a
I'm, you know, and
so
I'm
so
saying
you're saying where Candace and everyone said that you preferred men that you actually are indeed straight.
exactly
Okay.
correct.
Okay.
You know, and I believe that they were telling him that to just ease tension, so there wouldn't be like a severe conflict. But during the time that I was there helping them and stuff, they're realizing like, wow, you know, this guy's here and he's renting from me. He's a good friend, helps my kids with homework. He cooks, he cleans. Like, who is this guy? You know, and it's nothing special. Like, there's many of men like me who do things like that. You know, this is what you're supposed to do. You know, these are your children. You want their well-being in your heart constantly. You know, you want to make sure they're fed, their clothes are clean, they have a proper bed to sleep in.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I get emotional talking about that because I remember, you know, seeing them sleep on these couches, on the floor, you know, and it would bother me a lot, like a lot. And I'll be like, you know, like what's going on? And it was always one finger's pointing the other. Oh, it's his fault. Or he would say, oh, it's her fault. You know, they just constantly kept blaming each other instead of just meeting each other in the middle, find common ground, and fix things together. It was always a constant conflict. Past was kept being thrown up on each other's faces, you know, and things like that. So,
So
about a week after, yeah, it started to get very heated. It was always about me, always. And, you know, my name just kept constantly flying out there. And one night, they got so drunk. This was the week that I had left. They had gotten
it,
real drunk.
is this
And
is this the night where the police came?
yes,
Okay.
correct. And I remember that night very clearly because I was half asleep. I was literally half asleep, ready to, you know, go into Wonderland, as you would say. And all I could remember was hearing this loud banging thump noise, you know, like if someone hit the ground. And I remember jumping off the bed and running up those tiny steps, you know, and peeking out. And Candace is literally on top of Donnie. Like, don't you ever effing put a hand on me? And things like that. And I'm like, what is going on? And she was telling me this asshole here is saying me and you doing something together. And I'm like, yo, we're not doing nothing. We never did anything. Like, at all, at all. And he was like, I want you out of my house. And I said, I will leave this home when your wife tells me to leave this home because she's the one who is renting from me and she is the one who is helping me.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you were nowhere around, so you have no say so here at the moment, especially that you took your oldest son and you ditched the rest of your family. You know, if you could have moved to another state, pick up your entire family and go. Don't take one child and leave the wife with the rest because that was wrong. You know, and if Summer, as he said, is his world, she should have been the first one on that truck with him. You know, when he left to Utah, not leave her with Candace and then leave Candace with barely any money. Candace would have to call him. I need money for food. I need, you know, money to pay the light and things like that. And she would be full blown fights with him about that. And, you know, eventually he would give in and send her a few dollars. And that was it. But it would be a full blown fight just to get money from him, you know, from Utah so she could get whatever she needed for the house. So that night, after he got up and he's yelling at me, he's there drinking a beer. I don't remember what kind of beer it was. It was a brown bottle. And I started to tell him, once a cheater, always a cheater. You cheated on your wife while your wife is downstairs in the basement with your daughter, and you up here in this room where your sons are sleeping at, and you're having sex with some lady who you know uses drugs, and you're saying you're helping her. But yeah, I could imagine you're helping her. And I guess he didn't like the truth being told in his face, because he wound up throwing the beer bottle at me right in my face. And the beer bottle wound up breaking, and it chipped my front tooth.
Mhm.
And I remember after that initial, hit, I literally, Grandis was in between us, and Candace was behind Grandis. Like, they were trying to keep us separated.
Mhm.
And at that time, that's when Donnie just shoved Candace out of the way. And I started to approach him as he's coming towards me. And Grandis is still trying to keep us separated. But, I was already, so much anger was inside of me that
Sure.
he done threw this bottle at me,
Broke your tooth.
like, oh yeah, that's it. I'm done with this. And I wind up moving Grandis out of the way. I didn't shove her. I didn't do anything. I just pressed my chest up against her. And when she felt, my force, that's when she just moved out the way, because she knew right then and there fist was going to be flying. So as Donnie went to go and throw up his fist at me, I literally walked right up to his face. I had my hands in my pocket, and I had him balled up in a fist. And I said, I'm waiting, throw it, because you found the right one with me. Maybe other people are afraid or intimidated of you, but I'm not. I've dealt with people like you, growing up. And instead of
So, what y'all's thoughts about this? This is the infamous fight that we have all heard. Any comments?
I think he's being 100% truthful.
Yeah. I mean, Jose did get his tooth broken by a bottle.
I think this whole thing is still like a shock to pretty much all of us, because for so long, nobody has been able to find this guy or hear from this guy. And yeah, it's just literally just very hectic. I think I'm more taken back by, I really thought that we were going to hear him maybe speak negative, on Allie and stuff, because if you guys recall, in the interview room, she didn't really have anything good to say about that individual, and neither did the missing child's mother. So I guess it's still a lot to wrap my head around, to hear how, it's reversed. He is not in favor of the parents, and he still has good things to say about, Allie. But you get to clearly see more dynamics unfold of what the situation was really like, sadly.
Yes.
Yes.
He really didn't say really mean things about Candace. He was kind of taken up for her in the beginning, too.
I was shocked.
Yeah. I thought he would have more negative things to say about Candace, but I mean,
which made me more thinking he was truthful, because he had
yeah,
good and good and bad things. When somebody's completely tearing somebody down, you have to think, there is good qualities in people, even
there's good
evil.
qualities in everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody.
So for somebody to come out and just bash them like crazy, it just made me believe Jose even more.
Yeah, shoot, he even said Don was a good father.
Yeah, he said he was really good to Candace, or not Candace, sorry, Summer.
Summer.
And that, but he was telling me that Summer loved her father very much, but what I think he told me, which we're going to be playing in the next couple of days, the phone call, which is just very similar to this, to be quite honest with you. He was saying something to the, I think it was that Candace gave Summer more attention, which obviously, you would think because she was the mother. But Summer always gave her dad the most attention, and she didn't, Candace didn't understand why, which is kind of interesting. Why is he always giving Don but they say it's always daddy's girls and mommy's boys.
Yes. Yep.
She was also probably trying to chase the affection.
Could you say chase the what?
She was trying to chase the affection, where you're least getting it from. She's trying to get feedback from him. She's trying to get an emotional feedback from him that she probably just wasn't getting that much from him.
Right.
Wasn't it said that Don came back because Candace kept on calling him and trying to make him jealous with Jose?
Yes.
We've heard two different things to that. One is she kept trying to, make him jealous of Jose. And another one is he found out that Jose was there. I can see both happening, but to me, it would probably be the latter because when Don found out Jose was there, he came, driving 110 miles an hour across, the states, and he got pulled over, and also his kid was with him. So
Jose made it sound.
Sorry, go ahead.
Jose made it sound though that he knew Jose was living there and that he talked to him a few times, and that it wasn't this quick emergency to get home. That's what I got from Jose. I don't know if anybody else.
I don't know. I don't know. Well, I know. He's. That's interesting the way you say that now, because Don said he came with his own words. He came, coming 110 miles an hour is what he said, right? But Jose said when he got there, he was just as nice as he could be for the first week.
Right. And Jose, you just played it, said that I talked to him while he was in Utah and everything was fine.
Don may have been really mad, but then when he got there, he kind of chickened out a little, or calmed down or something.
Well, Don said at first, when he first arrived home, everything was fine. And then after they got to drinking is when all the fighting started.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know.
Thank you, Vet Girl. The sleeping arrangements, to me, it sounded like most of them slept downstairs.
Allie confirmed that today. From what I heard from her mouth, that they had. She also confirmed what Jose said about the mattress and that it was on cinder blocks. That was her and Dawn's bed, and there was two parts of the basement. And there was another part of it that had the bunk beds, where the boys slept, and then Summer slept in the bed with the parents. And that's where the toys were. They're all corroborating that same story.
That's good. How long did he learn the term grandis? I've gotten that a lot, and the SO and the SA. I have the recording, and when I will play that. In that recording, I tell him to say we use the term grandis as in, to keep them separately, who we know we're talking about. That's just the term that we have came up with. I have that in the recording. I told him to not say, I told him to say SO for, that word, and SA, and don't say, other certain words. So it will be in the recording that I will be sharing. Any other thing?
Really quick on that note, if you don't mind.
Yeah, of course.
So this just kind of stuck out to me. So the father drove, I believe it was what, the white truck to Utah and back, correct?
I
Is
believe that's right.
Okay, so that truck clearly was able to make the distance from the state of Tennessee to Utah round trip and able to break speed limit and drive over 100 miles per hour, allegedly, per the father. So I guess this is going to be a question that I have further into this video. I just wanted to kind of bookmark it in my mind. Is we had heard Jose indicate that Dawn had drove a small red truck with a ladder on it, um, for jobs that were further away than an hour. So that's why I'm just kind of bringing this up now so that I don't forget about it, because that, you know what I mean? Because I thought when I heard him mention that yesterday that maybe it's a possibility that the white truck was not suitable to drive long distance, possibly, but that just kind of answered my question on that, I guess.
Yeah, that
I
truck has me, my wheels spinning.
That's interesting that you say that, and that is something to think about. I was under the impression that it was a truck that stayed at Tucker Drywall, and whoever needed it at the time got to use it. So I don't know.
Good point, Vet Girl. FYI, if someone calls 911 from Jonesboro, it hits the 911 call center, Sullivan County. So if Don was traveling home from work lightning fast, how did his 911 call hit Hawkins County if he was not in the county?
Great
Ooh,
point. Very good.
very good point.
Very good,
Boom.
that girl.
That's Vet Girl.
She's
Bingo.
good, y'all.
Yeah,
That's
she is.
mad respect right there. That's,
Wow.
yeah. Okay. Any other comments? Thank you for that too, Vet Girl.
Nope.
And thank you, Kelly Zimmer. Good fathers don't throw away baby kittens to dogs. Yeah, I can agree with that.
Allie did confirm that Hunter did give Summer a baby kitten, but Allie was unaware of what actually happened to it
Thank
because
you.
she wasn't in
No, go ahead. Sorry.
she wasn't in the picture at that point. When Donnie got home, she wasn't in that picture, and that was when he did what he did to Summer and the kitten.
Mm-hmm. Mama She13, thank you. Coming in super late, it appears. I will definitely be catching the replay. Just wanted to say thank you so much to bringing this to us all. Thank you. Appreciate it. I see you has, a lot of the credits due to her as well. We're a really good team.
Yes, you guys are awesome.
We are.
Well, thank
She
you. I
does
think
things.
so.
She
You
does.
are.
Yeah, she does things that I don't like to do, and I do things she doesn't like to do. Right?
Perfect.
I mean, it's kind of what it feels
Bingo.
like, and it really
That's
works.
yes, it does. I hate talking on the phone.
Yeah.
I personally had not, and I mean, please don't like take offense to this. It's not anything like offensive, I guess. I personally, had not came across either channel before because, as I said, in this community, there's so many, new creators. I don't follow a lot of people, so whenever I seen this video yesterday, it was actually sent to me by one of my loyal subs, and I was truly almost scared to watch it because I thought, oh my gosh, this is going to be, manipulated, or it's going to be drama. And I was hesitant to watch it. So when I watched it, I can honestly tell you guys, that's how I found you. And I was like applauding you guys because I just thought to myself that you guys handled it in a very respectful mannerism. I feel that, there wasn't any, like bullshit or, drama. I think it went very well. And it gave many of us, creators and subs, a better, insight of a lot of things. And, I don't know how in the hell you guys track that person down. You don't have to share it, but I mean, like, kudos to you guys. And I think people will probably, be a little mad, that they didn't get that opportunity. But, I think you guys handled it, pretty good. So
Thank
it's a
you.
big win
I
for you
consider
guys.
that a compliment. I mean, I totally consider that a compliment. Yes, that is Mountain Girl.
Yes,
And
thank you so much.
we
It
can,
was fun. I love doing it.
yeah. It was very hard, and they had every opportunity that we had, any other channel. I mean, that's just there. It's not that we have anything special, it's just that we, like, literally were determined.
Hmm.
Like if this man was alive, we were going to find him.
I
That's
think it's
exactly
great
right.
because I think so many people, including myself, quite frankly, question at times like, okay, is this person even real? Or, is he even alive? I mean, I know that may sound crazy, but with the batshit crazy dynamics of this case, I mean, it's not something to not question.
Yeah.
I was convinced, Justin and I both, we've had that conversation daily almost. And I mean, because it was just like, where is he? There was nothing, no leads, nothing. And then when it happened, it just happened. I was
Yeah.
about to sit down and eat dinner when my phone dinged. I looked at it and honestly, I about threw up.
Yes.
Oh gosh.
I
Well,
mean,
if we're
And
ever
when he,
lost, we want you guys
yeah,
to be on it.
well, whenever
Seriously.
whenever he told us about the truck, you'll hear me in the recording, like I literally had to sit down. I was standing up. I
oh,
was like,
yeah.
because
Now,
again,
are you speaking of the when Jose was mentioning the red truck, like with the ladder?
yes, and
Yes.
And see, some people they were, and I don't think they were negative comments. Some of the ones that I had read, but people were just like questioning, like, well, do you think that that person's telling the truth? The reason why I personally feel that that individual was speaking the truth was because he was telling us the story basically like, hey, I told him we got into an argument. He indicated about not having an orange safety flag on the back. And, I honestly felt that, he was honest from what I could hear, and handled it very well. But like I said, why haven't any of the neighbors or anybody at any point in time during this process mentioned the fact that at times he would drive a vehicle like that? It's kind of interesting.
it is interesting. The two of the biggest pieces of information, I didn't even have to ask. Like, I don't think I don't remember. Maybe if I did ask about the truck, but I said, did he ever, you know, drive any other trucks or anything? And he's like, yeah, the little red truck or something. And I was like,
Oh
what do
my
you mean? Yeah.
gosh.
I was like,
Oh my gosh.
did it have
Yeah.
a ladder rack? And he's like, yes, he in the 6 months that I was there, he only used it maybe 2 or 3 times because he only used that if he went really, really far. Dawn said that he did.
See why I pointed that out now? Because, I mean, if he only used that vehicle when he would go somewhere to work that was far, this is why I questioned just a moment ago about, the white vehicle, if that's the one he took to Utah, because it clearly made a round trip and could reach the speed that it needed to. So that's where my lingering question is, as far as what was the purpose of needing this little red truck.
Yes.
Right.
If you remember, Don said he would do work in West Virginia too. in the very early interviews, he said we would do work even in West Virginia and stuff. And I'm like, is that what he means by far?
But why did he have to take the Subaru the day someone went missing?
Well, one of my theories is Journey's Angel, thank you. If the boys' beds weren't there, when was the house staged to look the way it did during the TR interview? To think that it was upgraded version of the kids' living situation. So Jose texted me this morning and he said, that wall where Rose's picture is, he said that wall did not exist, and there was not a picture of Rose up in the house when he was there.
Wow.
There was quite a bit of time before that interview of the inside of the house occurred after Summer's disappearance, where they definitely had time.
Yes. Thank you, Journey's Angel. I will.
But wait a second.
No, go ahead.
That picture of Allie on top of Jose.
Yes.
Wasn't that taken on the bunk beds?
Yes. Yeah,
Yes.
he said it was taken on the bunk beds. He said, what did Jose say? There's so much information I can't even comprehend sometimes. Let me see here. Thank you so much. A lot of questioning credibility of Jose has not spoken to Candace and Ellie for 2 years. Can you clarify that you showed him? Oh, absolutely. Here, I'll show you my text. Yeah, go ahead and talk, somebody. Well,
Okay.
I would like to say, clear up that Andrew confirmed that is in fact Jose. H's father said that is definitely Jose. So for anybody
Andrew,
that has
Allie,
been,
and Candace did.
yes.
Okay, and I don't. This is coming later on in the video, or in the recording. Jose did say when Don got back, all he had to do was call Tucker Drywall, and they hired him back. So I don't think he was working for Tucker Drywall in Utah.
No, I don't think so either. I see you.
Right.
I don't know if he was. That's a good thing that we
my
should get a
phone's
hold
cracked.
of Mary. Oh, my daughter did that.
I just cracked it day before yesterday.
She did too.
See, I put watch this interview, and you can see it says Jose there. So
I have a question that's driving me crazy that I want to ask. Is okay, so you are doing another live interview with Jose, correct?
Correct.
And then because I seen you in my chat last night, stating that you guys would be talking to Chris soon, and I'm fingers crossed. Like, have you guys maybe working out on something there?
We're working on hopefully doing something.
Sorry, it was driving me nuts. I'm like, please.
Yeah, somebody got in touch with me this morning. That's as far as I can, really go with it right now. Which one is it? Okay. All right, what am I doing?
So that is an interesting question, though, that somebody did bring up of who he was working for when he was in the state of Utah. I actually did a video of the trip to Utah for their Facebook page on my channel, and it shows clearly where he was working at when he was there, and it's a pretty elaborate home. So I was wondering, the individual that reached out to him to have him come there, or if it was a company. I predicted it was just an individual. I could be wrong.
I wonder if Mary would know that.
Thank you, Ginger Snap. I appreciate you so much. You're very, very kind. Thank you for being here.
That is something I'm working on. I have a question about the whole time who he worked for when he was in Utah. So
Thank you,
I'm
Linda.
going to try to
Appreciate
get
you.
that answered.
Why did Don say he went there too?
He
He
said he
said that
went
he
there to
couldn't get
work
work.
Okay.
and to look for them a place to live because they wanted to move back to Utah.
He said that there wasn't a lot of work around where they were.
You mean around Tennessee?
Yeah.
But Don
at
was
Ben Hill
making good
Road.
money. I mean, Tucker hired him the day he literally came back to Tennessee.
Yeah, that's what he said. I remember that specifically in his interview.
Yeah.
That makes no sense.
No, well, he doesn't, and he lies a lot. We've caught him in plenty of lies.
Right. All right.
Of him lunging at me, he started to step back and started to move back to get out of the home. And at that time, that's when Candace decided to call the police. And when she called the police, Donnie ran. He jumped in his truck. Mind you, he's drunk. He jumped in his truck and he drove away. That same night, maybe 20, 25 minutes later, the police wound up coming up the hill, and Donnie wasn't on the property at the time. And we were explaining to the police officer what had transpired there and stuff. And the police were like, "Do you happen to know where he went?" And we were like, "No." And next thing we know, Donnie's coming back up the hill in the truck. And that's when the police officers, proceeded to him and they raised up their guns. They asked them to step forward in front of the vehicle. And that's when we were telling him he's drunk, like literally drunk. And so they gave him, I guess, whatever exam for a DUI, and in the police officer's eyes, he passed it. And then the police officer comes and says, "Well, in my family, we have drunks and they're coherent. So he's probably a coherent drunk. I don't care what you say. When you're drunk, you're drunk. There's no coherence in that whatsoever. You're under the influence completely." And then that's when Candace had told the police officer that he had a gun in the car. And he's a known felon. And the police officer was like, "What?" And that's when Donnie admitted that he did have the gun in there. And he tried to say it was a muzzle loader, but it wasn't. It was like a little two-shot Dillinger that he had in his glove box, And I'm saying to myself, this man came all the way from Utah with that gun in his glove box? Like, what do you need?
I just want to, Dukes says, "Justice for all." Don and Oda's son left and was going to move because of an accusation was made against the oldest, so they left to avoid problems. Do you know what do you have any idea what it was, Dukes? Or any of you guys on panel?
It was something about him, something sexually with a girl at school.
Oh. No,
Allegedly.
I think he's talking about, well, was Don Jr. there at the time? Like Don Wells' son, Don, the older one.
I don't think Don Jr. was ever there, was he?
I don't think so. Didn't he live in
No, I don't think he was. You're right. No, Josie though. Oh. Okay. All right.
Need a gun for, and you a known felon, Back in my past, I've been arrested, and I know for a fact I can't carry a firearm. If I do, that's a felony charge, and I'm going to prison for a long, long time.
Right.
So I know for him to be doing that, you have no respect at all for the law or anybody else, And they basically arrested him and charged him, I guess, for domestic violence because Candace was just crying all over the place. They had this physical altercation, and then they were talking with me, and I was telling them about me and him with the altercation, and they asked, "Would you know? We can't ask you to press charges because you basically don't have no physical wounds on you." And I'm looking at the police officer like, "Dude, look at my tooth. Like he literally chipped my tooth." And that's not a physical altercation or not to be arrested after he threw the beer bottle at me, and nothing really happened. They wind up taking him to jail for whatever happened between him and Candace.
Mm-hmm. How long did he stay in jail?
Not long, maybe 7 days, I think tops he was in there, I believe.
Okay.
And I remember Candace going down to the courthouse, and I was with her, her mother was with her, all the children, and she went in there, and did the order of protection, and she had it, and she had to fill out some paperwork, and me and her mother had to help her fill out that paperwork. Mm-hmm. And then she went back in. I guess they gave it to her, and she came out, and I kept stressing to her, don't let him back in. This guy.
If Candace would have just, it's what if, obviously, but if Candace would have kept that protection order, I really think everything would have been different.
I do too.
Oh, yeah.
In my opinion. I just really think if she would have just kept it.
I don't know how she got it dropped. Like, that's deadgum near impossible to do.
I mean, but didn't the state pick it up? Well, no, the state picked up the gun. There was the gun thing. So you would think, yeah, but she dropped it. And I guess Tennessee said okay. That's
what happens in a lot of DV cases. They file it, and then the guy slimes his way back in, and they, either by threats or by, "Oh, I love you, baby," and that's how they get back in, and they drop it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, shoot, she got a new car out of it.
Well, yeah. What was Candace
that
and
was
Don
his way of getting back in.
What? Yeah, I believe that car is paid off too. There's no lien on it or anything.
I would like, when you guys do the questions with Jose, is to ask if he ever thought that it was kind of odd that a family of 6 purchased such an expensive brand new vehicle for a family of 5 to fit into, because they had 4 children, 2 adults. So my biggest question this whole time with the vehicle is, why would a family spend that kind of money on a brand new vehicle after not owning a brand new vehicle, all their life?
Jose's not going. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but Jose's not going to know that. Jose's not going to know that because they purchased the vehicle after he left.
Oh, that's right.
He just wouldn't know that.
All right.
If something is wrong with him, just from this altercation that I had with him, I know for a fact this guy is brutal. This guy has no conscience whatsoever, because you're physically abusive to a mother, a grandmother. That, like he admitted, she hated his guts. She had reason to hate this man's guts. This man was violent. He wasn't passive. He wasn't calm, and to hear these videos say, oh, he's a calm man, he fits this description. No, he's a calm man in public. You should see the man behind closed doors. That's a totally different person. It's like he switches, like one day he's okay, and at nighttime, it's like a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde situation with him. One point he's fine and calm and laughing it up, and in an instant he changes to Jekyll. and he's raging and arguing and throwing things, and that's the type of man he is. And on a power trip, what he says must go, and everyone must listen, and he don't care who you are.
Mm-hmm. Tell me about the thing that they would do whenever the kids were sleeping.
The thing that
with the
that
shaving, the shaving.
Oh yes, there was times where it wasn't Donnie. This was before he came, but they would play pranks on the children, and while they would sleep, they would put shaving cream all over them while they were sleeping. You know, and I'm like, you know, at first I had laughed because I thought it was like a get back to the kids, because the kids did that to their mother.
That's an interesting comment. Noel Spider says, thank you. Don wasn't allowed to live with the kids at Ben Hill either. Allegedly, he even put wrong address on the paperwork from October DV incident. He wrote 110 Van Hill Road. That's a truck stop. Yeah, I mean, he would have, if she would have filed that, he would have had to not be there, correct? Anybody?
Wow, I never knew that.
Yeah, it's
never
ringing
knew that.
something into my head about Candace saying before Don got locked up that in one of her interviews or something, she said, all I want is him to get locked up or to leave so I can get my boys back. And I always wondered, why did Don have to leave for you to get the boys back? Like, I thought it was more of her blaming Don and Don was blaming her. But now that I see that comment, maybe CPS has got something more against Don about the abuse and the violent history about not letting them back in that house.
Yeah.
Well, Dudley said on his interview that Don would stay overnight at the houses he was working on. Like he had a microwave, like a little mini house set up wherever he was working because he couldn't go home.
Oh, that is right.
Yeah, that's right.
That's a good call.
And that might have been when CPS was making visits.
That's what I thought.
That would make sense. Yes, and Trish said he took a microwave and everything to a house he was working in the night before CPS was coming the next day. All right.
One time, you know, and everybody in the house was laughing. It was funny, and the mom was laughing too. Candace was laughing about it, and she's like, "Oh, don't worry, I'm gonna get ya. I'm gonna get ya." But you know, the kids are sleeping, and they wind up doing it to the children, and it was like nothing. You know, I'll never forget that when Wyatt had woke up, he was crying because he got shaving cream in his eye, and he was like, "Why are you always doing that? You know, when I'm fully asleep, why you don't do that when I'm like half asleep or something?" And he was literally in tears because the shaving cream got into his eyes. It was things like that that really bothered me a lot, you know. And it wasn't until that altercation that I had with Donnie that he finally realized he's in front of a man who's not going to back down. I think he was the type of man that when he approached you, he tried to approach you because he's not a little man. This man is tall, you know. I'm short compared to him, but I have a good size on me. You know, I can't say I could beat up everybody, but I can say I definitely can hold my own.
Right.
You know, I could, as well as I can give a hit, is as well as I can take it. You know, and I guess me standing up to him, you know, shattered his foundation, because that's when Candace and her mother really started to pull away from him, as you could say, and they started to see what I was speaking about him. You know, like, he doesn't really love you. He's never going to change. He's going to keep doing the same thing. And you know,
hey guys, Jose just messaged me. He's actually traveling right now. He said he has about 20 minutes if we want to talk. What do you guys think?
Oh, cool.
Yeah, let's do it.
definitely.
Okay.
Do you want me to go over some of the things that I confirmed today real quick with Allie, or with listening to Allie and Andrew, or do you want to wait on that?
No, we'll just do it as we go because it's, we don't know.
Okay.
Hello? Hey, Jose. How are you? Good. Good. I'm going to put you on air right now, okay? 1 second. Hey, Jose.
Hi.
Good. Good. How are you doing?
I'm actually hanging in there.
Good. So we're actually live right now. Some interesting developments that happened today. There was Allie talked about some different things, and so did Andrew. Lori watched it, so Lori will ask. She'll talk to you for a second. Lori, go ahead.
Okay. They pretty much corroborate a lot of what you say. There was some, and it's all three of you really on the times and dates. That's a little iffy. As far as Hunter sleeping with Candace, I got that what Allie said was that she caught Hunter and Candace in bed together, and that's why her relationship ended with Candace, and that he she was on him like a dog on a hot dog, basically. She said like she was always all over him, but they're denying that he actually took their virginity, although I'm kind of hesitant on that because they're protecting their son. They're not going to admit that. And the son maybe not wanting to admit that to his parents, but they said he lost his virginity to a minor as well. So that was just a little bit. Andrew confirmed that you are who you are.
Now that you mentioned that, I would like to know, when did she catch them in bed? Because when I got there, they were fine as friends. They would come over all the time. They were hanging out, and everything was fine. But the minute I wound up getting there, that, me and Allie wound up sleeping together that one time, everything went downhill, you could say. It was a domino effect from there.
Right. There's been two sides of the story. One was that there was an issue between Allie, you, and then you staying at Candace's. Allie got jealous, and that's why she got mad at Candace. Allie today.
Yes, that's exactly what happened. That's what I mean.
Okay, because Allie today said. Today she said that. I'm sorry. Today she said that it was because she found out that Candace and Hunter were in bed together, and that she was always all over him, and that she did file charges. Now, she filed charges, but she doesn't want to come out and say that they had the S word, but the charges must have been enough for her to file them for some kind of inappropriate behavior.
Arrested,
Yeah.
Candace was never arrested for that. I know for a fact when you file charges, the police going to be at your door, you're under arrest, and they taking you. And
right. She said,
arrest her.
Right. She said that it was filed. She didn't know what was taking them so long. She was frustrated as well with that. Hold on 1 second. She confirmed that Hunter gave the kitten. I mean, a lot of things were definitely corroborated between how you guys said everything was located in the house. how they felt. It was just basically the question of losing his virginity and the exact dates of when you and Andrew and the crew went down there, how long you stayed, and when you finally left. That's
Okay.
what I got out of the gist of it. Allie did say that she was more upset over Summer, and that was confirmed within the chat too, than Candace was. Yeah, that was pretty much it. People told her that you talked very highly of her, and she was very happy to hear about that.
Of course, absolutely, because she's not a bad woman at all. She is actually, you know, a mama bear, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Right.
After her kids, she's gonna attack you like a wild dog. She ain't gonna play.
Yeah.
And
Right.
this is the type of woman that she really is. This is not someone that, you know, just thinks lightly about her kids. This is someone that, oh, you're gonna kill me if you're gonna touch my kids. That's the type of woman she is.
Right.
Jose, 2 questions. How did they celebrate holidays? Someone wanted to know. Like, were you you were there from like spring to early
Yes,
fall or something?
almost early fall, just before Halloween.
Okay.
But during those times, they weren't going out because at that time, Dawn wasn't even in the house. And Candace was real depressed, you know, and she would drink after 5 o'clock. Once 5 o'clock hit, she was hammering down Black Velvet left and right.
Okay.
You know?
Allie confirmed that she had a bottle in her hand the whole time, that she knew her.
Yeah, exactly.
Someone.
You know, and remember, Justin, I told you that when they heard my voice, didn't I tell you I was going to shake up things a bit?
Yeah, you certainly did.
It was really me.
I had a question whenever you have
I told you.
Andrew said, someone wrote, Andrew said that Jose went with them from New York to Tennessee in August or September 2020. Can Jose confirm the actual dates with that he was there?
Yeah, no, not 2020. Wait, 2020, yes, 22 now, 21 left there.
It was 2 years ago, wasn't it? Wasn't it 2020?
Yeah,
It would have been 20.
Yeah.
But
yeah, that was somewhat there.
but it wasn't from August to September, though, was it?
No.
You was there.
No, I was there much sooner because it was hot as hell when we got down there, and I mean hot. We were outside in t-shirts, shorts, and everything, you know. So it's no way I was there no August, September, because by then it was already cooling down. And I remember when I had left, you know, Donnie was already with me and the boys chopping up wood to bring into the house because the house is getting too cold.
When was the no, I'm not asking you this, Jose. When was the incident for Candace and Dawn's thing? And that'll give us a very important timeline because Jose left, I think, just a few days after that.
So we need to know when the restraining order was filed. I don't have that. I don't have that record.
You find out the date of that order of protection, the day that she went in to go file it. From that day forward, I was gone within the week.
Yeah, I think
by the end of that week, because that's when I got paid and I left.
Yeah, that's what you said. You got paid, and then you had Grandis.
I had Grandis drive me all the way to Rock Hill, South Carolina.
Yeah.
Oh, can I please chime in and ask a question?
Sure.
Okay. Hi, Jose. I am dying to know if you found it to be a little odd or surprised whenever you had heard the 3 family members state that they had traveled and taken you to North Carolina versus South Carolina.
If I found it what?
Did you find it odd that the family, like Grandis, Candace, Dawn, and all of them, had said that they had taken you to North Carolina rather than South Carolina?
Absolutely, but Grandis had promised me that she wasn't going to reveal to them exactly where she took me.
Oh, okay. Well, that may be why.
That makes sense.
In a way, you know, it was
okay. That makes a lot more sense.
Didn't I technically didn't want anyone to know where I was going, you know. So she
Okay.
kept it between us because she didn't even know my plans until the day we drove off the property. And when we hit the main road, I said, "Okay, you're taking me to Rock Hill, South Carolina." And she just gave me a weird look, like, "What?" You know, like I caught her off guard even with that.
Okay.
Can I ask Jose a question?
Yeah, of course.
Hi, Jose.
Hello.
I just have a quick question for you. At any time during your stay at the Wells, did you know of Child Protective Services being involved in their family?
Oh yeah, absolutely. They told me about 3 other times that they went there and they wouldn't open the door for nobody.
Do you happen to know a reason why they were called, or what Candace said? What happened?
Well,
Anything surrounding
obviously,
that?
the way the house was, their living conditions,
Correct.
and them not eating properly, and also them missing school a lot as well.
Oh.
You know, because when supposedly when Don had taken Josie with him to Utah, they never pulled him out of school. You know what I mean?
Right.
And all of a sudden, they find out that he's all the way in Utah with the dad, so they had to do paperwork or whatever in order to transfer Josie.
We was
to
just
the
talking
school
about that
over
actually.
there, you know, and at the time, Donnie was taking Josie to work with him, you know, until he went to school, you know.
Cinnamon. She said the school missing and there was bugs in their backpack.
Oh yeah.
Okay, the date of the
There was roaches, I mean, and everything. Their clothes. If you look at that Chris McDonald video, I was looking at it and I said, "Holy crap! He really did some remodeling to cover up whatever the hell was going on." And I was like, you know, you can only cover it up, but so far. But wait until they find out how the hell they get into that cellar. That's when everyone's mouth is going to drop. Because remember, I was explaining to you on the interview, there's no staircase like a normal one. I told you it was underneath that bar area.
Yeah.
You know, and that's dangerous. You know, that there was exposed nails there. If you also continue to watch the video, if the listeners are listening, watch as Chris walks down, and when he finally gets into where Summer is sleeping at, he's looking at this black stand with the TV and everything there. That was never there. That wall was completely empty. It wasn't painted. And just as you look over to the right, there's a little hole on that wall. That's the hole that the kids were watching the sexual things happen between the daughter and the stepson.
Gotcha. So Angie Shea says that she lives in the area, and the Bristol NASCAR race is in 2020 was May 31st and June 1st.
That's when we were down there.
Okay.
Around that time, because we couldn't get into a hotel after we went there. Well, after they went to go check on the house or whatever, they came back, you know, frustrated and tears and stuff, you know, real upset. And we kept walking and walking all over the place to different hotels, and they were just booked, completely booked. We couldn't even get a hotel. And it wasn't just, you know, maybe 2-3 of us. We're talking, it was Andrew, his woman, the children. It was also my friend with his girlfriend, her children, me as well, and 2 other friends who actually helped pay for the U-Haul and everything to go down there.
Andrew also confirmed that it was the first race that you guys arrived there. The first race for the NASCAR. Okay.
Yes. Absolutely.
Yeah, because y'all were going there to rent a house or something, right? And it wasn't ready.
Correct.
Okay.
And it wasn't ready. Yep.
Okay.
That's all I was saying, that it had just fell through, and we were all wondering what's going on, you know?
Thank you, Regina. Appreciate it. Okay.
Yeah, I can also tell you, me coming out the way I did, my woman is not very happy about it either. She's scareful, fearful. She's a very private woman. And I
Well,
told her, I said, listen, I understand you're upset with me and everything, but if whatever I know is going to come closer to the truth for that young little girl, I'm going to speak out.
yeah,
If you don't want to be with me anymore because of it, I understand, but I'm no longer going to sit by idle and not do nothing.
yeah, you've really helped tremendously.
Yeah.
Can we ask Jose what did he know about Josie? Why did he get taken to Utah with Don Wells?
He was the oldest, and Don didn't want to go alone, and Josie was very close with his dad.
I know
And
that's odd
personally,
though.
yeah, and in my opinion, I feel that dad was giving him alcohol and drugs, and he liked it, and in order for him to continue to get it, he had to be with dad.
Well, that is the second person to confirm that Don had given them
Oh yes, absolutely. Don
drugs and
admitted
alcohol.
that to me. You know?
Vet Girl says, who put the hole in the wall for the kids to look through?
Oh, that was Wyatt and Waylon. They were playing, in the steps, and when they were coming down the steps, they were playing with some toy guns or something like that, and it accidentally put the hole in the wall.
Okay.
That's how that hole wound up being there. That was just a freak accident between kids playing.
When you say, I want people to understand it was only one thing of sheetrock, right, with the stud still showing.
Correct.
That's why it was able to put a hole through it.
Yes,
if
exactly,
both sides were there and there was insulation, it wouldn't have done that. But
no,
yeah.
The one side to where the stairs it was just bare 2x4s.
Exactly.
And nails exposed there. That was my main concern, because I'm a big guy, and I had to walk down that way. Even and to hear Candace say, "Well, my husband's 6 foot and he fit down there." Yeah, he's 6 foot and skinny. I'm 5'8", 250 and broad.
Right.
I had to walk down that way sideways because my shirt kept getting caught in the nails that were exposed on the 2x4.
That's so unsafe. Wasn't it virtual school closed in 2020 due to COVID?
Actually, no.
I guess it depends where.
No, because they will have to drive the kids down the driveway. Grandis will wake up early. The boys will get ready, and they will go down the drive path, and the school bus will pick them up from there.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how they picked up the kids too, at 3:00, 3:30.
Also, Jose, tell them what you told me earlier about the camper and the bus and Grandis driving the bus.
Yeah.
And stuff.
So when I was looking at that video, I noticed that they switched things around. So where the camper was located, it actually wasn't there when I was there. It was more over to the left, say like a good 10 feet. Then where all the vehicles were lined up, the Subaru and everything, that yellow bus was parked there, literally parked right there. It blocked the blue truck that was there, and when Donnie had returned back from Utah, he lost it about the bus being there, He absolutely did not want it there at all whatsoever. And when Candace was showing the little path where you could see the road down where the creek was at, that was never cleared out. That had to have been recent, because when I was there, you couldn't see the road at all. It was just pure trees and brush, and they kept complaining that the light kept going because, when the wind would blow, it would rock the line, so that was all new as well. And then when I noticed, the bus is down the hill, and then I'm looking, because they're looking at the swing. As I told you, that was Summer's favorite swing.
Right.
That was her number one thing. But what I found odd was, where was her little bicycle she used to ride? Where are her dolls at? Where is the soccer ball and basketball that was outside that she used to kick around with the boys? Where were the four-wheelers at? because I looked and I see dirt bikes. I'm like, what happened to the four-wheelers? You know, because the boys had four-wheelers.
Mm-hmm.
So they changed a lot.
Any locks on basement door, dead bolts, or a knob with a lock?
Yeah, they had a knob with a lock, but the lock didn't work because on the other side where the keyhole was at, it was broken. You couldn't put a key in or out. So they wouldn't like lock it, but that was why. Another thing, the blue couch wasn't there either. I was shocked because that blue couch would have literally blocked that door that Candace came out of.
Mm-hmm.
You have to physically move that couch out of the way in order to open that door.
Stay for Love 21 says, thank you for speaking with such conviction about Summer's livelihood, justice for Summer. And Jen says, Justin, thank you for all your hard work. Thank you to Jose for opening up and sharing his experience. I haven't had time to listen to the interview just yet. Thank you both for your time. And thank you to ICU as well. Jeez. Okay.
Have we asked Jose about any yard sales that Candace would have?
No, she never had one when I was there.
No, she went to yard sales.
Excuse my French, but it was the clusterfuck, if you know what I mean.
Right.
There was no sense of order in that house, no sense of organizational skills. You know, you would think that you're using two dressers to block a bathroom wall. You would think the clothes of the children would be put in there. Like, as far as I knew growing up, that's where underwear, socks, shorts, T-shirts would go inside, and your street clothes were hung up. That was another thing that bothered me. Where the hell did all the Summer's clothes go? Because where you see all them clothes at, that whole top rack, that belonged to Summer, and it was packed full of clothes for her.
Yeah, Candace said she went to a lot of yard sales. Loves Jesus. When did Allie press charges? We don't know exactly when Allie pressed charges, allegedly. The only thing we know, she said, is it's taken a long time that they are dragging their feet, allegedly.
We have verification.
You what?
We have verification. We have verification on that.
Okay.
ICU just found it, and the restraining order was filed in October 15th of 2020. So with the confirmation the confirmation of Jose coming down in the end of May, which was the first race, that was May of 2020, and he stayed there until the end of October, which is almost November 2020. So he was there for almost 6 months, as he stated.
Awesome.
See? As I said, there's no reason for me to lie. You got to find out.
Vet Girl says, where was Summer's favorite place around her house?
For us, and this has to do with the relation of the property and the road. When the child had went missing, the father had indicated on his first interview with the news that there was a lot of traffic in that area at all times due to drugs and stuff of that nature, allegedly. When you stayed there at the home, did you witness a lot of traffic traveling there on the road?
You mean on Ben Hill Road?
Yes, correct.
No, I did not.
Well, I can tell.
A lot of traffic.
Yeah, I can tell you, I was on Ben Hill Road, standing out in the middle of the road for about an hour, and there was not one car that drove past us in 1 hour.
Yeah, that was a secluded area.
Yeah, it's a very secluded. It's in a valley. You know, it's in like a little, we call them hollers, and it goes to a dead end road, and the road more or less ends, and it becomes like a path, like a trail.
Yeah, basically, yes.
And you know, there's a goat on a dog, or like a dog chain on one side, and there's a dog on the other. That's about all that there is. Yes. So
I got one more thing to say to
who
Jose.
put okay, we got that one.
Before Jose goes, I want to tell him
Okay,
something.
go ahead.
Jose, I just want to let you know that I want to thank you for myself and for every person that's watching, because prior to yesterday, we didn't know Summer Wells. We didn't know that she was a bossy little girl, a fun little girl, an adventurous little girl. What she loved, her meals, her favorite drink. We didn't know any of this, and you gave us a sense of knowing a missing little blonde-haired, blue-eyed little girl that we've only
With a
heard.
beautiful smile.
Very rarely
Oh,
have
that
we ever
her
heard what you
smile
said.
would light up a whole room.
And I just want to
No.
thank you for humanizing Summer for all of us, because we didn't know. And I just want to say, God bless you, sir. And thank you so much for helping and talking with us. And humanizing that little girl yesterday meant everything to me.
Yeah.
That
I
was the
agree.
main goal.
Chasing Truth. She has a channel, and she says, "Please thank Jose for the insight."
You're welcome. As much as I could to help out, you know. I wish I would have, as I said, I wish I would have dug in sooner, but because of my mental health, I couldn't. But I believe if I would have delved in sooner, oh, I would have jumped on that like white on rice immediately.
Yeah.
I think you really have done a tremendous job, giving everybody a strong insight on, who this child was, because myself, along with, the whole world who has been following this case from day one, we have not, heard or known anything about this child that we have all, grown to care deeply for. So to hear somebody, shed a light on that and share experiences and explain to all of us, what type of personality she had and stuff. These are things that we would typically hear from family members and parents, but in this case, we have heard minimal. So it is greatly appreciated to hear from you.
That's what's sad about the whole ordeal, that how they're not going to speak so, alive about her. Like, we all knew what type of young girl she was. For me to see these interviews and they're not even talking good about her, it's disgusting. Really disgusting.
It's nobody like in the family that, in my opinion, that we've talked to has humanized Summer until you didn't get a mental image in your head. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Vet Girl says, any locations, Jose, you guys went into the hollers and hills on Ben Hill Road, Summer's favorite places around there. Was there any places or trails or neighbors' yards or anything that
where the kids used to ride the four-wheelers? Just as this is before they got the dirt bikes, they used to ride through them paths where the dogs went with the four-wheelers, and Summer will always chase them all the time. And she would laugh while she was doing it because she was enjoying herself.
Yeah.
It was like she was playing tag with motorbikes,
Don said that I think he would, Jose would, not Jose, God, Summer would chase, sorry, I can't think. Summer would chase the boys on the dirt bikes, and I think chase him when he was doing something. I can't remember, but
give me 1 second.
No,
Hey,
you're
Justin,
fine.
can I ask a question?
Yeah.
I've been seeing this question all day. Why is his phone 3,000 miles away in the water?
What's that?
Why is his phone 3,000 miles away in the water?
I don't know what you mean.
I don't know what
There
you
is some rumor
He said
around
yesterday he
that
threw his phone in the water.
You were asking me what?
Why
is my 3,000 miles away in the water? Okay, so
yeah, you said yesterday that you threw it.
Okay, the reason it is there, I might as well just come out and say it. Just
I don't know. I wouldn't do it, Jose.
No, don't.
You're gonna have to mute you.
No.
Nope.
I was.
No, please don't say it, Jose. right now. I mean,
Yeah.
we can
No,
speak to
trust
you
Justin
privately
and
about
trust
that, but don't
ICU.
say it right now.
Yeah, trust them. They're got
Oh,
your back, and these are really, really good people, and we want to protect you as much as we can.
and
Okay.
by the
Listen to
way,
them.
Jose,
You're off mute.
I'm Amanda. ICU is Amanda, in
Yeah.
case you didn't know that.
Excuse me?
That's
Her
ICU
tag
talking,
name.
which is when you see if you ever see ICU, it's Amanda or
Okay, no
Amanda.
problem.
Yeah. You are. Thank you, Try Me. He says, he or she, keep telling and talking about your experiences and witnessing of the reality of what went on. You are the key to solving this case. Finally, please keep talking to us and law enforcement. Very good. Thank you so
I'm
much.
still, that's my problem too. Law enforcement still hasn't contacted me again. And I'm like, well, what are you guys waiting for? Why are you taking so long? But I can't question that because probably they did hear this interview and they're like,
Well, we've
oh,
already turned it in. So anything we do, we already turned it in.
yeah, so they're probably going like, oh yeah, he's filling in gaps that we had assumptions, we just didn't have someone to actually confirm our thoughts. And
do you know
I'm
when
one who's
the
actually confirming it.
Do you know when the FBI interviewed you? Thank you, Dirty Laundry.
Okay, so actually when they interviewed me, I was on vacation, and like I told you, my son had contacted me, and I contacted them, and I was on vacation actually, and I was. This was last year, sometime in the beginning of the year last year, and after that, I've never been contacted ever again.
Okay.
So, and I even disclosed my location to where I was to them, so that if they needed someone to speak to me in person, they would find me.
Right.
And no one came to me at all.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Dirty Laundry, for your super sticker. If one of the mods could put her channel link in, I would greatly appreciate it. She's one of my favorite channels. Please go check her out. Really good. Just love her videos. Love her voice too.
Jose, oh, sorry. Do you mind if I ask something really quick?
Hold on 1 second. Just Mama She, thank you. She says, thank you so much, Jose. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I was just curious, in the time that you spent with the family, did the missing child ever speak about church, or did the family attend church at all during that time that you stayed there for the 6 months?
Absolutely not. Nope. I praised in there. The only time God was praised in that home was when Grandis would be there, and me and her will be talking about her missing daughter, Rose.
Yes.
That's the only time.
Yeah.
Other than that, no, the children never went to church or anything. I think church didn't start happening until after the ordeal that I had with Dawn. That I told Dawn, God don't like ugly. He's going to expose the real man that I know you are. And when people find out what kind of dirty man you are, your world is going to come crumbling down. And the people you thought had your back, they're going to expose who you are.
Yeah.
So none of these people that now that you see on the interviews shortly after the child went missing, who have been spokespersons for the family or anything like that, those are not people that you recognized or knew of during that time?
Not at all. None of them. None of them.
He couldn't believe it was even the way Candace was acting the other night.
Yeah, I was shocked, appalled. I was looking at her and I'm saying, where the hell is the Candace that I know? Because that is not the woman I remember at all. Her hair is different. Her demeanor is different. She did drink, but she never drank during the day. And, when I saw the Chris McDonald interview, I could officially confirm she's drunk. Yeah. She was drinking. because that's the way she talks when she's under the influence. Because when she's not, she speaks clear as day.
Mm-hmm.
So do you feel that the situation was better whenever you knew them and you were there, or do you feel that the situation worsened after you left the situation?
Oh, the situation got a hell of a lot worse after I left, because when I was there, I was pulling that family away. You know, everyone was doing their own thing, helping out, getting the house in order. You know, they started to cook, you know, things like that. Once Darren showed up, he inserted his, like, you could say, dominance in the house. And I remember a smart remark once. I was making pasteles for them, and while I was cooking, he's like, well, where's your maid outfit? You know, it's just when a man is in the kitchen cooking. And I was like, and I looked at him and I was like, you know, like, you're a disgrace, you know, like, I'm disgusted with you. And he go, what you mean? I said, everyone cooks. It doesn't matter. I said, some of the greatest chefs in the world are men.
It has nothing to
And
do
you
with
degrading them, you know?
exactly. Real men cook.
That's right.
I do appreciate you honestly answering these questions, because it gives myself personally a better insight on, you know, who you are as an individual. Because as a creator, you know, I did have some doubts and like question, you know, hey, why did a group of, you know, men come to the area and stuff? Because our minds are so clouded by this entire case. And I honestly feel that with you coming forward and shedding the light that you have, it has helped so much.
And ICU for that. They're the ones who hunted me down, and they were persistent, and they weren't disrespectful either. You know, their main concern was my safety.
Yeah.
And you know, when I read that, I was like, oh my God, why are they worried about me? And that's what triggered my mind to say, if they're worried about me, something is going on.
Yeah.
Something really bad is going on, and they need me. And I prayed, you know, and I'm like, Lord, what should I do? And, you know, I opened the Bible, and, you know, I just started to read, and I'm just reading, and it's like a feeling inside of me said, yo, just pick up and call, contact them, like, find out what's going on. And as I spoke with them, and they were explaining to me the situation of the case, and I'm literally in limbo because I wasn't following nothing, what was going on. Everything was new. So as they're sending me links, then I started to do the research myself, because I never graduated from school. I'm self-educated.
Right.
I believe in truth, seek it through yourself. You know, it's better if you do research on your own than to believe everyone else.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, so as I started to see what was going on, that's what made me say, oh, no, this, for sure, I need to speak out.
You was a big part of the missing. You know, I think we had talked to everybody else. Nana Kim, thank you. May I have an iPhone link to join membership? Thanks. Does anyone have the membership link for the iPhones? We'll figure it out for you. Thank you so much. Tooth Fairy, has Jose watched the Dr. Phil episode? Did you know they were on Dr. Phil?
No, I didn't.
Okay,
Actually.
I'll send that to you. I haven't even got. Yeah, Candace and Don, they were like the Beverly Hillbillies went to LA. I'm sorry. Hey, I'm a hillbilly, so don't judge me. But you know,
yeah,
I can
well,
say
they were the ones who they needed more than Dr. Phil. I personally believe they should be in rehab, getting serious mental therapy.
Yeah.
And I mean extensive.
Yeah.
Because with all this happening, and summer's closed, they're not there anymore. It's only 8 months. Her bed's gone. It's crazy.
This says, thank you, Kukubi. Please ask if the kids ever had a birthday celebrations, any of them?
No, nothing. It was basically a cupcake, you know.
Oh. One moment, please. Yep, I'm muted. But he said about the birthday, he said there was no really a birthday or birthday party. He said it was mainly a cupcake, which breaks my heart. Thank you, Robin.
I just wanted to say thank you so much for the opportunity to hop up here and for all the kindness up here. I have an obligation that I have to attend here in the next 45 minutes that I need to get ready for. But again, I truly appreciate the opportunity of being up here and just want to say thank you and much love to all of you guys.
Thank you, Mountain Girl. I really do appreciate you. You're so
Yes,
professional.
thank you.
And
You had a lot of great questions.
Okay, I'm back, Justin. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thank you. You guys all have a great evening. And Jose, thank you.
You too. Thank you. Can y'all talk about something for a second, please?
Okay. Hey, guys.
Hey.
So,
I was sitting here and I'm like, okay, somebody talk first.
So what are you guys thinking?
I
think
have
he's
not even
really.
I've not even been able to wrap my head around anything from just taking notes. I mean,
Right.
I'm going to need a couple more notebooks, but I'm going to get it all in line and figure this out the best we can.
Okay, Jose, can you tell us about was there ever any birthdays or anything?
Yeah, they had birthdays, but never celebrated, like, not real big celebrations. But I can tell you that Allie, for sure, would always get like a little cake or something for them, just to sing them a little something of happy birthday, so they could feel okay.
Did we lose him again?
Yeah, I had to mute it for a second. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead, Jose. Jose, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
It's a violation of federal law.
Y'all can talk.
Okay, so
I thought it was funny that.
Go ahead.
I thought it was funny that everybody's saying he called it a cellar. Well, in New York, we call it a cellar. We call it a basement, but mostly cellars.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's originally from the New York area, so.
Yeah.
I do want to tell you guys in chat that I was able to listen to Allie and Hunter's dad and Jose's full interview, and now even more today, and pretty much everything that they've said alone, together. Now, Jose, it's pretty much all the same story. Not as far as, Jose is filling in a lot of the empty plugs, but they corroborate a lot. And from not really talking to each other, Andrew says that he has talked to him, but Jose says that he hasn't. And I think Andrew admitted that he was getting information secondhand. So he admitted to that on the last live. So I just wanted to give that information out to everybody because that was questions that people had.
I think Andrew was
Jose
giving us the
is
information
not
that he
a
was being told.
RSO. So could you please? This was a
Oh,
different
that's what I was going to ask.
person that I think it was I forget her name. What's her name? She thought she found Jose.
Which,
Name a creator, someone up on the
she
panel.
found Jose?
She thought she found Jose in North Carolina.
Nita?
Oh,
No, that's
No, another.
nobody found
I know
Jose in
another.
North Carolina.
No, another creator said they thought.
Cher?
No, she knows Cher though. J for Justice.
J
Yes,
for
thank
J?
you. Thank you, Navy Man.
Oh.
Yes, and
That's not the same one.
I know that. I understand that, but that's where people are getting the registered, you know what, offender, and that's not Jose. So
And they're
Right.
saying he kidnapped
It-
his niece.
okay,
Yes.
all right. Moving forward, I need to. Bet girl need to clarify his length of stay in chat. Asking, yeah, okay. We did the RSO thing. And the length of stay was 6 months. It was from, what was it, the end of May till the end of October, correct?
Yes.
Lori?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Duty Ron, for joining us. One of you guys could drop a link for Duty Ron's channel. He's literally one of the best in the business.
Hi,
He
Duty
keeps it
Ron.
professional and at all times. Has this person who may be a witness for the state given his information to TBI? Yes, Duty Ron. Excuse me. He has. We have all given the information. He has also been interviewed by the FBI. Can you please, Jose, if Summer had any friends her age, any play dates? Are you there?
Yeah,
Jose.
yeah, as far as play dates, no. The only play dates she had were her brothers.
Okay.
And the other one, Hunter, came over and Allie's other daughter, those are the only, her two daughters actually. Those are the only play dates when they came over. Oh, and they would have a blast together.
Who was it?
Allison,
Okay.
her two daughters, and her son Hunter would come over with them. Oh, the kids would have a blast. It would be a joy to see all of them playing together. They're just laughing, being kids.
Gotcha. Hey, Molly. Okay, wave for me. Molly, wave.
They're humble.
Touch your nose. Blow a kiss. Pick your nose.
Simon says.
Ah, you're funny.
It's important for insight for someone,
Yes.
I thought a lot of people would have spoke highly of Summer, but obviously it seems like just me and Allie are the ones who's literally giving y'all the full perspective of how powerful the influence of this child was on us.
Yes.
You're the only person I've ever heard make her human. She wasn't what we thought of prior to you.
I think anyone other than Jose would have probably been Allie that just made her.
Right. You gave her a life to me. I mean,
Oh yeah, because I'm a father, and I pay attention to certain details about children. Personally with my children, I knew who was going to play instruments, who was going to be in healthcare profession, you know, who was going to be a musician, you know, things like that. Summer, oh, she was into everything. But her main thing was helping people. Like when her brother got hurt, you know, for falling off of the swing, she was the first one to run into the house, grab a rag, clean it out with water. Let me help you, let me help you. And she would be there, oh, it's going to be okay, you know, attending, loving, caring child, you know. But looking at that, I could say, yeah, this young girl is going to be somewhere in the medical field, attending, helping people.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's Molly Golightly. Can I just say something real quick?
Yes.
And I'll leave you guys alone. Because I still haven't heard the whole thing. I want to say hello to everyone
Hey, babe.
on the panel. And
Hi.
hi, everyone. And then everyone in the chat, hello. I'm feeling good right now. I received a message last night saying that that there's people thinking that this is a paid actor. But this is not really him.
Sorry.
No.
It's a horn. Hey,
I've never heard that on YouTube ever.
Jose, have you ever met anyone named Molly Golightly?
No, I have not.
Okay, thank you. Have you? Okay, go ahead, Molly. Go ahead and talk.
Hi, Jose. I'm Marissa. I go by Molly Golightly, and I actually went down to the area where she allegedly was snatched, and I did scope out the area and the town, and you know, I did come face to face with Don and his lovely bride, Candace. My question is, are you do you have any acting credits or writing credits for TV or movies?
If I'm what?
Do you have any? Do you have any acting credits or movie credits?
Oh, hell no.
Okay, well then you should, because you're convincing people that you're an actor now. So my point is basically,
I am far beyond that.
I figured that. I figured that. We're different.
I am.
And you've never.
Definitely an average Joe, you know, hardworking guy. You know, I've had mental problems. Justin personally knows I've disclosed a lot of personal information to him, and he could tell you I am just as normal as everybody else.
Exactly. And I thank you, honestly, from the bottom of my heart, for someone who has loved and advocated for that little girl and seen how cold Candace can be, and how just unbelievably immature
Thank you, Nanny Kim.
have gone. I don't know if you've known or seen anything, Jose, but in the past few months that beautiful baby's been gone, you know, Candace, you know, makes phone calls, pranking her family members, and she's made kind of a joke or a mockery out of this situation. It's been completely revolting for all of us to watch. I wanted to ask you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. So, like, real quick, I just totally wanted to ask you. I didn't finish the interview completely, but would you say, in your opinion, that Candace is capable of anything? Or do you think she's a smart person, or do you think that she's a person of very low intelligence?
She's a few cards short of a full deck, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I figured that.
You got your washer on, Marissa?
Excuse
What's that mean?
No, maybe it's the mic. I don't mind mic.
Yeah, let me put it. I'll mute myself. Hold on.
Yep, it's you, Marissa.
As far as her being capable of, like, physically hurting Summer, I don't know. Like, from my experience being there, like I said, she wasn't abusive at all to Summer. She was very attentive, took care of her. You know, she just didn't have the smarts.
Right.
You know, she was alone, basically. Her husband left to a different state, took the oldest son, and just basically left her there abandoned to fend for herself. and it seems like she didn't really have the experience or even the resources or even the knowledge to know what to do. And between me and Ali, we were the ones literally, you should be getting medical, you should be getting food stamps, you should be getting this. If he left he abandoned you, we were the ones trying to coach her into getting away from this guy because we knew that he was bad,
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. And between the altercations that I've had with him,
Can you speak up a little bit, Jose? Are you able to?
yeah, it's like I said, that during the altercations that I had with him, he would insert like his dominance. But you know how they say the weak cowards that prey on the weak, when they really step in front of the alpha, they really show their true colors.
Yeah, they don't like to be challenged.
Exactly. And when they do get challenged, they're hesitant. They're not. They'll go for weapons or something to try to insert that they're stronger. With me, no. And like I said, he threw a beer bottle at me, it busted and it chipped my tooth. And I lunged at him.
Right.
And I don't think he was expecting that.
Right.
And as I said, I'm one that grew up in the streets. You use a weapon against me and put my life in jeopardy, I'm coming after you. And there's going to be no holds barred. I'm not going to care who's in that house.
You have the right to defend yourself.
Exactly.
Thank
Absolutely.
you, Candy Star, True Crime, Paranormal Justice. Thank you. Nana Kim, thank you for becoming a member. There we go.
That was you know what? It was a good question. And then I just have another question for you, Jose, babe. All right. So I got to personally speak to Hunter. We call him Macbeth. To Hunter's family, his mom, grandmother, and great grandmother. And I was, they were very, very nice to me from what I saw. But I wanted to let you know that one of the questions that was brought up and that I came back from that area in Tennessee was Hunter feels like he's completely traumatized by the experience that he had. Do you think that even for you as an adult, that your experience at that house with the lovely bride Candace, would you say that you've been traumatized by this whole situation?
Oh, yes, absolutely. It weighs heavy on my heart. I was telling Justin that I wish I would have spoke up when I was there. I felt like a coward for not saying anything. I felt like I turned my back on children that really needed help. But at the time, I was a touch and go. I didn't know if I was going to make it the next day because my mental health was completely gone. I had a full psychotic break, so I had to take care of me before I could take care of someone else, and that's why I had wound up leaving that physical altercation with Dawn when he got arrested with the gun and everything. It just brought back very bad memories, and that's when I was like, I need to get out of here because I know for sure if he enters this home again, one of us is not going to come out alive.
He shot a flare gun at me.
You see, but that's to show you what he is like. That is really him. You actually seeing his character, And then when I start doing research and finding out all these SAs and everything through the years, I'm like, oh, I knew it, And it was like, oh my God. And then I felt more guilty, and I was there. I could have put a stop to it, And it made me really feel horrible and disgusted, when Justin was telling me and I'm looking through the videos, I remember I probably got 2 hours of sleep that night. And I looked in the mirror and I was disgusted to even look at myself in the mirror. At that point, yes, I really was. I was like, man, I could have really did something, and here I am. I'm alive, healthy. My health is strong. I'm somewhat thriving. and Summer's gone. Like, huh, where is this little girl? Like, and to find out that they lawyered up and all of this, what do you need a lawyer for if you had nothing to do with her disappearing? That would be my number one question for everyone who has a conscience. Think about it. You're a parent. You lost your child. What do you need a lawyer for?
Right.
Why you don't want to cooperate with law enforcement? Why don't you speak highly of your child? You know, what is going on in your mindset that this is happening? And my only conclusion to that is the torment that Don put her through. He literally broke her down and rebuilt her the way he wanted her to be. And it was with intimidation and fear, with an iron fist.
Yeah.
And that's my only conclusion to that.
Yeah. You know, I'll tell you one thing, Jose, like you coming and talking to us, you're helping all of us who like really care about this little girl and want justice to for Justin and ICU to have found you. I mean, it's just absolutely amazing. I'm so shocked that you gave you know, the YouTube community a chance to talk to you. I think my last and final question is, and I hate to do this to you, but can you take us back to the moment where you were when you found out little you know, Summer Wells just made headlines? Do you remember where you were and your reaction?
Well, when I found out about that was when I was interviewed by the FBI. That was I swear to you, because I basically went off grid. I had no social media.
Oh.
I didn't even have a cell phone at the time. You know, like I completely isolated myself from the world because my mental health was not there, and my therapist felt that it would have been good for me to do that because when I started to go to church, I started to read the Bible more often and do self-reflection on my life. What could I have done to make myself a better person? You know, every day I wake up, I always say, I want to be better than what I was yesterday. Yeah. You know, and that's how I think of my life now. But that was the first time I found out about Summer.
Well, they just came to your house?
Excuse me?
Did the FBI just like literally knock on your door or come to your work?
Yeah, not my door. They went to my son's house. And my son contacted me because I finally, activated my social media account back again. And I was reaching out to them because when I left, it was on very bad terms with my family. And I was trying to reach out to try to, fix the bridges that I burned, as for the healing process. And my son literally contacted me and he's like, Dad, FBI's here looking for you. I'm like, what? And he's like, yeah, they need to talk to you real bad. And I'm like, okay. And I called them through the social media app. And, when they introduced themselves, they was like, do you happen to know a Candace Bly and a Candace Hare and the Don Wells? And I'm like, yes. And they were like, well, we're investigating, a disappearance that happened in Tennessee. And I'm like, a disappearance? And they're like, yeah, do you remember Summer? And I'm like, yeah. I said, you talk about Half Pint. And he's like, what? I said, Half Pint. That's, because she's so little. And that was what I called her because she was so tiny. And they were like, well, she's been missing. And I'm like, what? I'm like, did she open the door again and got out the house and they can't find her? That was my first remark.
Yeah.
Because she was known to do that.
Wow.
Oh, yes. So when, as I said, doing all the research and everything, that I started looking at the videos with Dawn is coming out, well, she's intelligent enough. She might have been able to open the door. You a bold-faced liar, asshole. You knew that girl could open the door and walking in and out as she so see fit. You were the ones who was negligent for not keeping an eye on her.
Wow. Let me ask you a question. I'm sorry, Bobby. I do ask some good questions. Yeah. So like, sometimes when you're like, by yourself with your thoughts and you're thinking about everything that went on, do you believe that there could be foul play? Do you believe Candace was either, just a messy mom who didn't pay attention and it could have been an accident and then a cover up, or do you think it's intentional?
That's what I believe.
Yeah,
You hit the nail right on the head.
yeah, that's what I figured. That's what I believe. Yeah, I think it was an
I
accident.
believe that something happened to her, but it wasn't on purpose. I'm thinking maybe the kids were playing with her, she got hurt, and it was real bad. And then because they didn't want to get in trouble,
Yes.
maybe they did. I'm not really sure. But what confused me the most was how are you gonna say that somebody went into the house when you got all them dogs there? Like I'm telling you, them dogs would bark.
Yes.
And if they didn't know you, they surrounded you. Like really surrounded you, and they showed their teeth. They were not afraid, and they were malnutrition, underfed, dehydrated dogs. So of course they're gonna attack. They're agitated, especially if they don't know you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
He does.
Jose,
Yes.
when Don went to Utah, being that he was the one who would take a shower with Summer, who bathed her while he was gone?
Actually, Summer will go in there alone. She's not alone, but the majority of the time, honestly, it would be Allie. And when Allie was done, her shirt and pants would be soaking wet because Summer would splash her with water, and they would be in there laughing. It wasn't like she was upset.
Allie really cared for Summer.
Oh yeah, to me, she was Summer's mom. How you call that? Surrogate mother?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Godmother
absolutely.
kind of thing.
She definitely loved Summer very, very much, without a doubt.
Okay.
Yes, that I could confirm for sure the majority of the time. As far as Candace, I could officially tell you she's a pig. She doesn't bathe. She'll probably bathe once a week.
How much more time do you have, Jose?
As long as you need me here.
Okay.
Aww.
Yeah, I just think that if I could be the voice, I said it. I prayed to God. I said, okay, I think I found the reason why you kept me around, Lord. If she needs a voice, I'm going to be that one.
Yeah.
I feel like by you talking, you're also healing from your past through this.
Excuse me?
I said, I feel like with you talking and being a voice for Summer, you're healing hurt in your heart.
Oh, I'm very hurt. Like, I still remember pushing her on the swing. I still remember the day that I took her out of that bath when I found out that Dawn was in there with her. I'm the one who removed her from that shower. I stood there with a towel and I called her and I'm like, Summer. And she's like, yes, Jose, come out of there, baby. And she's like, okay. And Dawn, started, that's my daughter. I don't give a shit who that is to you. You a sick fuck. You don't do things like that. You crazy. I got a daughter. I never thought about taking a bath with my daughter.
Yeah.
No.
Bobby Cat says, Jose, we can't give away what we don't have yet. You did exactly what you needed to do, all in God's time. I can hear the work you did. We are all number team Jose or pound. Hashtag. Sorry. I'm so old, I say pounds. God.
Can I ask a question?
I'm old too, so.
I understand. Yes, you can.
Or seasoned, you could say.
Yes.
Hi, Jose. I have a question for you. When you were there, was there an old refrigerator up there with the door still on it?
Yep.
Yeah, the green one, the one that Summer used to play hide and go seek in.
Okay. And she would go in that refrigerator?
Oh yeah, absolutely. They even cut out the shelves from the doors and padded it up so she wouldn't get hurt, you know. And it was her favorite hiding spot. And if she wasn't in there, she was in grandma's camper in the bathroom.
But there was the doors were still on there. So if the kids were playing hide and go seek and she went into that refrigerator, is it possible that she would have suffocated in that refrigerator?
Absolutely not. There were a few bullet holes in there that actually ventilated it. The motor in the back end of it was ripped out to the bottom. And plus, when I've actually taken apart one of them things, so when you actually shaving off the shelves and things that are on there, you got to take the insulation out because that alone can give you respiratory problems. So I remember they removed that out of there, and then they put like an old foam cushion in between there, you know. But if the wind blew, you could feel it in there. That is for sure.
Okay,
So
but
she
what
definitely
if
had
it was
air
a still what if it was a still day and there was no breeze and the doors got
Oh no, trust me.
The
In
air
that
will still get
mountain,
in. It
there
doesn't
was
matter.
always
Okay.
a breeze, especially where they were located. There's always wind up there.
Okay.
Always.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Hey, do you know,
Absolutely.
Jose, do you know if there was any webcams indoors or trail cams outdoors that you knew of?
No, actually no.
Okay.
Because there was a lot of signs that were posted for no hunting and things like that.
Mhm.
So
Allegedly,
hunters couldn't be around.
someone had a trail cam down at the road. Some people speculate that it was Dawn to see if like Candace was cheating.
That could be a good possibility. You know, the man drove 110 miles from Utah to Tennessee thinking I was sleeping with his wife.
Right.
You know, after they told him I was gay, which I could tell you for sure I am not.
Right.
But that was the weirdest part about it because he came and then on his way coming back to Tennessee, I spoke to him at 2-3 different occasions, and never once was we were ever hostile to each other. You know, I was like, I'm just renting, working a part-time job. You know, I'm waiting to go back to my full-time job. I just needed a place to stay. He knew about my divorce that I was going through and everything. So, and he was like, oh, okay. I said, you know, I'm actually helping here. You know, cooking, cleaning. You know, I'm actually trying to keep, trying to get the house together. And he's like, oh, thank you so much. You don't know how much I appreciate it. He was very nice over the phone. But when he got into the house, it was a totally different ballgame.
Did you what was I going to say? You said he change, like you said, about a week after he was there?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He literally went back into alcohol. He went back to work. I think he was going back on drugs as well. You know, I can't say that I see him do it, but you know, growing up around that, you can tell. You know, I have experience in that, especially being an ex-addict. You know, from many years ago, I can tell.
Right.
So I would just look at him like he's gone.
Yeah.
What the hell are you doing? You know?
Yeah, absolutely.
And like I said, liquor and Budweiser beer. That fridge, you see the red fridge I was talking about as well. Okay, so the bottom part of that fridge, the last 2 shelves, that would be 2 12-packs of Budweiser there, and then a 5th of Black Velvet on the table with a 12-pack of Mountain Dew right next to it. And this was almost every night.
Vet Girl says, where do you think Summer would be right now? Vet Girl, when you say that, do you mean like where would she be at, like what would she be doing right now, or where could she potentially be? You don't gotta.
Well, if you say where she would be, that for sure I would not know. But if she was home, she would be playing right now. She would be, even though it's dark outside.
Yeah.
She would be playing outside, and Candace would tell him to get in the house. It's too dark.
Thank you,
And
Tina.
then she would probably go into the room and sit down and watch her cartoons, which
Oh,
is basically what she did.
thank you, Tina, living for Big E. This is a very interesting comment, I think. Thank you, Jose, for speaking about summer in present tense and not past.
Because in my heart, I feel she's still alive.
Right.
Even if we find out the worst, in my eyes, she will always be alive.
Yeah.
Like as long as you remember them, they're alive.
Yeah, that's right. Let's see here. Oh crap. Could someone get that webcams?
I don't know if this question was asked yesterday. My brain doesn't work very well. Jose, what do you think the possibility of Don or Candace selling Summer?
Ooh.
That's actually a very good question. In my heart, I don't think Don would, but I think Candace would have. I really do. Now, after seeing her actions and the way she is right now, I believe she would have. Yeah, she was very jealous of Summer because Summer and her dad were very close, very attached. Personally, now that I know his demeanor and how he really is, it's questionable to wonder if it was in a different level than a father and daughter type thing,
Yes. Well, we know that Don has made, multiple trips to Mexico, and we do know that one of his sisters had to go get him out of a
Absolutely, drag him back all the way back to Tennessee.
Yeah. From Mexico.
That's right. Out of a drug and whorehouse. And even Candace did that too in the town right there. I don't remember the name of the town. But right there in Tennessee, Candace found him in a drug house, and she literally slapped him up, threw him in the car, and brought him back home. And he was strung out.
Yeah.
Did he smoke meth?
He was gone.
Yes.
I'm not sure if he did. I think he did. And he was strung out, and he was missing for 2 weeks. That's a long time to be missing. He didn't go to work. Nobody could contact him. And supposedly Candace just happened to find him. And now that I'm thinking about it, I don't think it was a chance that she happened to find him. I think he's already done it multiple times, and she knew he was there, and she just had enough of it to go get her husband back. That's what I think happened.
That girl says, what do you think happened to Summer that day?
Well, after seeing the clip of them in the waterhole, listening to Hunter's story and stuff, and even after the picture you sent me of her laying on the gallons of milk, you heard my remark. I said, oh, that's typical her.
Yes.
That is Summer. What you looking at, that's her. She really would do that. You would be amazed at the positions you see this girl fall asleep or where, that's how she was. So for those events, I was like, my concern was when during the interview with McDonald, when she came on and said, oh, she just jumped up. That's not Summer. When you woke Summer up, she just wouldn't jump up. She was a fighter. If she fell asleep, you had a hard time getting her up. The majority of the time, one of us would have to pick her up and take her out of the truck until she fully woke up. And then she would ask you, can you put me down? I'm awake now. That is Summer.
So
that's really her.
So Summer was hard to wake up?
Oh, absolutely. When Candace said, oh, she was asleep till 8, 10, even 12 if I let her, that's an actual fact. That is an actual fact. That girl would sleep. That is an actual fact.
Jose, if the baby went missing June 15th, do you remember the date that the FBI interviewed you?
I think when they interviewed me, they said she was already missing 7 or 8 days, I believe it was.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm.
For about a week, then they caught up with you.
Exactly.
And that's how you found out. That's how you found out. And did you ask them why they thought you were a suspect, or did they just tell you?
No, the way they were questioning me, I felt like they thought that I took her, and I boldly came where I was blunt with them. I was like, "You trying to say I took her?" Immediately, they were like, "Oh no, no way in hell! We know for sure you didn't do anything." Okay, so why are you giving me these lines of questions? And that's when it started to divert towards Candace and Don. The minute I spoke up for myself like that, and I started to tell them, well, when I was there, and then I explained to them how the house was, how unsafe it was. And they were like, oh, yeah, we already know about those things. Like it was nothing. Like they were more concerned about Don and Candace than anything else. Like that was their main focus.
Do you think Candace is going to have to face her demons? Or do you think they're building a case on her?
This, believe it or not, I believe it's weighing heavy on her. And that's why she can't keep her story straight, because her conscience is starting to kick in.
Good.
And further it keeps going, the more and more it's going to eat at her. And, I'm just waiting to see which one of them is going to flip on each other, because I know it's going to happen soon enough.
Okay, and then someone has a question in the audience. I'm sorry, Justin, but someone said, Molly, can you ask Jose? All right, can you give the dollar amount?
Where's it at?
The dollar amount that I gave you, Jose, the money that I gave you?
Excuse me?
Well, you got the money.
Somebody was saying that Molly paid you.
That I paid you for the interview. How much did I give you?
I never got one penny from anywhere.
So you calling me a deadbeat, Jose?
Okay.
What?
All right. So you're calling me a deadbeat? All right. I'm glad we can fix that up, because there's a lot of ridiculous little things being tossed around. Anyway, I'm going to jump down and listen, but I want to say thank you, Jose, for doing this with Justin. Thank you, ICU, for helping, and all the ladies that are talking and everyone that's in this chat. God bless you, Jose. I really hope that this ends, and I thank you personally for cooperating with the authorities and sharing so much heaviness with us. And I say God bless you, and take care of yourselves. Okay, Jose?
Thank you. God bless you as well.
Okay, bye-bye, hon.
Thank you, Molly.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Molly.
Thank you, Molly.
Okay.
That's funny. So they're saying that people are paying me money. Are you really?
Let me tell you something.
Justin, I would say it to your live audience, if they only knew what kind of job I did, they wouldn't be talking like that.
Yeah, I know. But it's just trust me.
Exactly.
There's
that's why I haven't divulged it, and I won't say it.
Yeah.
But if they only knew, they would that would never be brought out.
Yeah.
Their mouths would drop.
Yeah.
Right.
But there's a lot of people who want to protect Don and Candace. And sadly, I feel like some of them just literally want to protect them. And, if that's their agenda, God bless them, I guess, but it's, we're going to find this, law enforcement's going to find this kid. And we're just trying to help along the way if we can.
And those sympathetic people got a rude awakening when that truth is flushed out there.
Oh, absolutely. It will
when
be.
God reveals, he reveals in abundance. He doesn't do it little by little. He's going to overfill it in a way where evil's going to be exposed, that they're going to look at themselves like, oh my God, how stupid was I? So naive,
Right.
And that's how God exposes things.
Right. Amen.
Here's a question for
That's
Jose. Do you feel that Candace manipulated you when you were there?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. You know, especially in certain situations where she was talking about stories, but you know, once the black velvet started to hit, you know, her mindset, the real truth started to come out. You know, that I would be very close, pay very close attention to the things she say, because she wasn't too drunk, but she was drunk enough. And they say liquor is a secret truth serum. And believe me, the things that used to come out her mouth, my mouth would drop wide open like, what? And, you know, and I would pay close attention to those things.
Mm-hmm.
And she would, you know, she made me, you know, believe that Dawn, at first, Dawn just left and didn't want anything to do with her. And then slowly but surely, she's on the phone with him, asking him for money for the kids. And she didn't want to go to Utah. When was he coming back? And he's like, I don't know. I'm thinking about selling the property. And she's like, no, just come back home. And he's like, okay, we'll have to talk about it. You know, and that's when I knew, oh, you one of those. So you're making me feel like you're the victim. And in fact, you're in cohorts with this guy. You're still talking to him. You know, it's like, so little things like that just started to come out. And then, you know, Ali was there too during some of those conversations. She could confirm it as well on how it was. Even Grandis was there. Now, with Grandis, she was the one definitely who didn't want them two back together again, because she knew that Donnie was very bad.
Hey, Jose, how many cell phones did Candace have that you knew of?
3.
She had 3 cell phones.
Whoa.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
Two of them wasn't really working, and the one that did work, she would have to leave by the window just to catch a signal.
Why did she have 3 cell phones?
Because the kids broke the other 2, and she only kept them because they had video games on.
Okay, so she didn't have 3 active cell phones.
No.
Okay. Okay.
They were active at one point, but the kids messed them up, and then she had to get another one like that. And then
Okay, well, that's a big difference. I have a drawer full of cell phones. So I literally have a drawer full of cell phones. I just cracked mine day before yesterday, as I showed you guys.
The third one was the one that she would have to leave by the window just to get a cell phone signal, because if not, we had to drive almost 4 miles down the road to get a good signal to speak.
Beth Jarvis, that is factually untrue. There was not only he is not an SO, and there's nothing of that is true. He wasn't even arrested when he was in Tennessee whatsoever.
They said I'm an SO. That's impossible. No way.
I know, but it's just
just from listening to him, he sounds like the type that would kick somebody's ass for touching a child.
Well, yeah,
exactly.
That's why he pulls them out of bathtubs with men who want to take showers with their daughter. In my opinion.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Exactly, Clementine.
I mean, I want to set the record straight. I have looked at the National Register daily. He's not on any of them. Never has been, ever. Yeah. It didn't happen.
It will be.
Exactly.
Right.
If I die with a clear conscience, you know?
That's right.
For sure.
Yeah, and that's another good thing, Bambi. Candace said she jumped up like nothing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's not Summer. Hell no.
Why did he?
Summer was a fighter. She was asleep and she was tired. She ain't hearing you. She looked at you like you was crazy and went back to bed. That was Summer.
I love that.
Yeah.
I'm Summer... She will open up the one eye, look up at you, and be like, "Yeah, whatever."
Aww, right.
You know.
Flipper, we answered that earlier. Sorry.
That was with Summer. Summer didn't get up easy and crazy. That was a fighter. I could tell you. Enough times we would be there, baby, come on, Summer, we gotta go. And she'd just crack the eye open and look. And Abby would be like, well, you don't have to look at me like that. And then she'd just close back her eye and go back to sleep. You know? Like, you wouldn't leave me alone or I'm going to kick you.
Stay for love 21. Exactly. Boom. Well said.
Jose, was Summer like a tomboy, or did she like girly things? Would she want her head shaved?
That doesn't sound like Summer. I mean, she didn't like the way her mother combed her hair, but then again, her mother was so rough. But when me and Ab combed her hair, she never was like that. She actually enjoyed to get her hair combed. She loved to play with nail polish and perfume and smell like a girl. But, you know, when it was time to go play, she didn't want no shirt on her top. She didn't want no shoes on her feet. That was a straight country girl. You know, that definitely was a country girl. Like, listen, the shirts bother her. She would take it off in front of everybody, and we would be like, what are you doing, baby? It's too hot, you know? And that's what she was. I'm too hot. I'm going outside to go play. And that's how she would go play.
Jose, what was I going to say? Does Candace... you mentioned that picture that I sent you of her laying on the milk jugs.
Yes.
And you said this off the bat as soon as you seen it. You said that's Summer. That she can sleep on anything. The second thing you said is, I've never seen her in clothes that nice.
Exactly. Because she was always dirty. She was always playing constantly. This is not, I mean, constantly playing, running around, grabbing rocks, throwing it, playing in the dirt. And that girl could not keep clothes clean. So to see her in that beautiful outfit, and that's suspect right then and there. Right now, that ain't Summer. Like, no way. Look at the TikTok videos. That should be proofing up. You don't see her dancing outside in the rain. Look at the dress.
Right.
It's muddy.
Right.
That's Summer. When you saw that, that's the real Summer. So when you look at that picture and look at that video, automatically red flags are there. Wait a minute. Wow, why is she so clean like that? If she just came from a swimming hole. Like, no.
She's got a lot of pictures of her children on TikTok. And I mean, to me, I felt like, and maybe you can help me, you know, understand this, but I thought she would take her children away from the house and go to places and do things with her children all the time.
Yeah, she would, just to get out of that house. Yeah, especially, you know, fishing, you know, hiking. This is what I mean. This was Summer's thing. Because Summer didn't like to be in the house. She always wanted to play. So that's what Candace would do. She would leave and take them out to go fishing, things like that. But when they came back, Summer was never that clean. Oh my God, Summer would have her hair all wet with still sticks and things in it. And her skin would have, you know, mud from the floor and things like that. Hands and nails are dirty for throwing rocks. You know, that's the way she would come back.
Is Candace in? Is Candace in here?
Jose, if Summer fell asleep in the car, would Candace take her out of the car or just leave her until she woke up?
That would depend. That really would depend. Sometimes we would, I remember one time she did do that, but she left the doors like wide open. We were taking the food out. There were water bottle packages in the back, and I was carrying them in there. And she was trying to wake up Summer, and Summer just looked at her and just went like right back to sleep. Like I said, that's typical Summer. And she looked at her mother like, listen, Mom, leave me alone. I'm sleeping. And the doors would be wide open, and she would just sleep. And then eventually, you know, the Will and the Wyatt, Summer, come on, baby, we home. Let's go play. And Eventually, she would get up slowly, groggy, and we would get her off of the truck, and then she would her eyes, and she'd be like, "Okay, I'm awake now. You could put me down." And you would put her down, and slowly she would walk. And she probably would ask for something to drink. Sometimes you give it to her, and boom, it was like a recharge to her battery, because then she was like a ping pong ball, all over the place.
Thank you, Coffee, Crayons, and Crime. They say, thank you, Jose, for loving summer.
Jose, is it fair to say that Candace mothered the only way she knew how?
Hold on just 1 second before you answer that. Chia Crimes, thank you for the interviews. We got to know the real summer, fun, full of energy and love. Thank you so much, Chia Crimes. Okay, go ahead, Jose.
Jose, I was just asking, do you think it's a fair statement to say that Candace mothered the only way she knew how?
Yes, absolutely. Especially when I found out Candace's past little by little, which I'm pretty sure she hasn't divulged to everybody, but
yes, sir.
Trust me, it's why I came to the conclusion, of a remark, of something I was told a few years ago, hurt people. You understand?
Absolutely.
And Candace Candace is definitely one that was traumatized by the actions of her mother. It was bad for her. So she did the best she could do with whatever she knew. It wasn't. Yeah. She didn't have it like that either. Candace definitely was handed a shitty hand in life as well.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I thought of her as accepting anything that she could get, any attention she could get, she would accept, whether it be good or bad, and
I think that goes for Candace and probably Summer. I mean, Candace or Summer just wanted attention. I think that's why when they started going to church, that's when she started liking Robin, because Robin showed her attention. Robin was pretty, Robin was bubbly, and I think that's personally,
I also saw that video too, and I could tell you from personally being around someone, she would definitely have attached herself to Robin for sure.
Did you ever witness any bruises on Summer?
No, other than the ones that she put on herself for being a child. No.
Right. Okay. Guys, do not time out Zero Filter Jules.
Just so you are aware, Justin, you are being streamed live.
Okay. By who?
BK.
Okay.
And
that's against terms, so we'll work on that.
It sounds like
Jose, Candace is probably listening right now.
She is.
Would you like to give her a message?
Hey, Candace, I know you know it's me. You out of all people know me. And if you listening, girl, Donnie ain't around no more. He can't control you. He can't tell you what to do anymore. He can't hurt you. That man did a lot to you, girl. And I know because you admitted it to me. I know what you're feeling, girl. This is the time, girl. You got your voice back. Something he has denied you for years. You got it back. Don't let nobody tell you what to say or what to do. You should just finally stand up and just speak up. Like literally, whatever happened, whether good or bad, just speak out. Because that man did torment to you. He tortured you. And I remember everything you told me. Every single thing. Every time we sat on that table and you started drinking Yeah.
Oops, you're breaking up, Jose. Jose, hold on. Are you there? Okay. You're okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
You know, and don't forget that when Donnie was gone and you were crying away, you used to sneak up and lay right behind me on my bed just to feel comfort because you felt so alone. You know, I bet you didn't tell nobody that either, did you?
I'll be right back.
And Allie can confirm that, you know, and that's why Allie got upset because you knew Allie had something for me and kept getting on that bed just to feel warmth by me, to see what it was like to be cuddled and loved with affection. And I bet you didn't tell anybody that either. And I'm glad I'm letting everyone know this because you and I know the truth. Allie knows the truth because she was there. Hunter was there. He could confirm it as well too. So you got all of us literally could confirm how you were feeling and what you were going through, you know, and all that pain and suffering. And we kept telling you that that man was no good, you know, and every time you would pull away, you would go back to him. And here goes your chance. He's locked up. You see, he hasn't learned his lesson. Look what's coming out of the woodworks, girl. This is a chance for you to finally put the demon where he belongs.
Mm-hmm.
So my advice to you is for you to stand up. You know, if you don't feel you strong enough, pray, girl. Close your eyes, put your hands up, and say, Jesus, give me that strength. You know, I'm tired of being scared. I'm tired of not knowing what to do anymore. Please help me. And I guarantee you the Lord is going to open up windows, doors in a way that you would never see possible. So here goes your chance, girl. And I'm telling you as a friend, because I ain't talking to you like you my enemy. I'm talking to you the way I've always spoken to you in that kitchen table. Because I always treated you with respect and kindness. And you knew from the door I would do anything for y'all as long as it was in the rules that I was able to do it. So I just ask you to just come clean if you know anything. And that's all I have to say.
That was very nice. Thank you.
Yes. Any questions?
Jose, do you have any questions for us?
Not really. I'm quite shocked at the attention that I'm getting, actually. I'm really not used to this. I'm really a private person.
Yeah.
You know, and
you're a very private person.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And for my life to unfold the way it's unfolding, it's like I feel like it's God saying, hey, here goes your purpose. This is why I didn't let what happened to you happen to you.
Yeah.
You want to come
right.
clean, you really want to rebuild yourself. Here goes your time to redeem yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You know? And that's exactly what I'm going to do. And I'm not going to lie about it. I'm going to admit what I saw. And if it makes me look as a bad person, so be it. Of course, you're going to see the good and bad and everything. That's the way it should be, you know?
Right.
But you shouldn't judge me for not doing nothing when I was there, you know? Everyone makes mistakes, you know? Shoulda, coulda, woulda. But it goes the opportunity where you know, Summer don't have a voice. No one's speaking up for her. Like, you know, she's not a piece of material that you could just throw in the trash or forget about within a day or a couple of months. Are you crazy? The impact that that girl has had in my life, I will never forget her, ever.
Oh, wow. That's awesome. And that's something her parents have never said.
You know, she's had an impact in my life Like, really, she really was one of the, it's like I said, she is one that can teach you more than you can teach her. Because she would make you look into yourself on how you speak to people and how you behave. And that's the kind of aura she had.
No.
Right. Okay.
I'll be back, y'all. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. Let me look here. Everyone failed summer. Yeah, that's true. Everyone did.
Mm-hmm. You know, but it was like I see you said that whatever happened with summer saved the boys.
Right.
It really did. You know, and if Candace is listening to this as well, you know, as quickly as God gave you what you have, He will take it away. Especially when you abuse it and you take it for granted.
Yeah.
You know, and the reason the children are not there, Candace, is because God saw fit that He didn't want the children being hurt by you or Dawn anymore.
Dare to be different. You are absolutely right. Candace doesn't know how to survive without Dawn. She has minimal education, poor marketable skills, and intellect impairment, and intellectual impairment, drug and alcohol addictions.
Yeah,
And she hangs out with those people. Yeah. I agree.
Absolutely. She doesn't have the right support system behind her, because if she did, you would be amazed at what that woman is capable of doing. She knows how to build a home as well.
Mm-hmm.
You know, she has the intellect to build a wall. She knows how to drywall, how to do floors. She's not really that dumb at all. That woman can do things, but to be, you know, constantly put down and spoke a different way, being cheated on, you know, alcohol taking over, it's no wonder she feels that she can't do anything. You know, because that's what's constantly pounded in her head, you know, for so many years, so many years, so many years. And we as the people gotta, as I said, you gotta think of it as in the victim's perspective. It's no longer what we think. We gotta be a victim to understand her mentality. And it's only when you are a victim that you understand what she's going through.
Right.
Just keep pounding on her. Speak the truth, speak the truth, speak the truth. With her, you gotta ease her into that. Slowly pull her away. Because that's what I was doing when I was cooking and cleaning, doing laundry. I was showing her this is what a man really does. Like, this is a man.
Mm-hmm.
This is what we do. We love you, we care for you. We're there not only to provide a roof, shelter, and food, but we're supposed to be there to protect you and comfort you. When you feel you ain't good enough, we are the men to come and say, baby, you are more than enough in my life. You know, you give me that joy, so I got your back.
Well, that's what a real man does.
There you go.
That's what a real man does. But sadly, there's a lot of, you know, very sorry men in this world.
And you know, when Chris McDonough went through her home and the front door was opened, the first thing that came across my mind was pain. That there was a lot of pain in this house. There was a lot of hurt in this home. A woman doesn't keep her home like this. This woman is, there's something that's hurting her. There's pain here.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. You know, I was taught, you know, by my mother, a home is a reflection of a woman's self-esteem inside.
That's a good way to look at
a
it.
woman's home, it's the reflection of her. You know, that's why they say a woman, the house belongs to the woman, because she wants her home to look a certain way. Oh, I want the curtains this color. I like this furniture. I want my floors to look like this. Notice it's not the man who's asking for this. It's the woman. So automatically it's teaching you that a home is the reflection of a woman.
Yep.
You know, and the majority of men, they lapse at that. They don't see that. They don't realize that and grasp that concept that, you know, okay, I get you work, you're slaving for it, you want to rest. I get it. But you knew when you got into the relationship with this woman that you promised her, I'll do anything for you as long as you're going to be with me. So you gave up the right to say, I want, I want, I want. It's no longer I want. It's now what do we need? Because it's no longer I, it's a us. Because it's now your life and another life in one home. And if she wants her home a certain way, then you should provide that home the way she asks for it. Because as far as I know from my failed marriage, happy wife, happy life.
Right.
If the wife is not happy, the whole entire house is thrown off.
Yep. That's why I felt, you know, there was a lot of pain in that house. I mean, there was no soul. It was empty.
No, yeah, it really was.
And I often, is it a fair statement to say that as viewers looking in on Candace, one of the things that I feel, in my opinion, that she has no self-worth. She has no, like, she's soulless. Just
she's broken.
Like
she's
just
numb. Like,
and it's been years of this, not just right now. This has been her whole life has been nothing but pain. Is it fair to say that?
Yes, absolutely. Especially what I know about her past. Absolutely. Absolutely. No one has given her that time, you know, to say, hey, girl, let's do this together. And then give her the wheel to take control.
Right.
And you just sit there and guide her. You know,
I never
just sit there and guide her into it. You know, no one ever took the time to do that. And, you know, I remember, is what I was saying, I remember the first time I cooked in that home, she was shocked. Her mouth dropped, her eyes opened up, even her mother. It's like, what are you doing? I'm cooking. And they're like, since when do men cook? I'm like, what?
And can I just say something real quick?
Yes.
And I know I think other people have said this, but you have taken all the bits and pieces we have heard rumored around around YouTube streets that were never clarified or verified, that were just to be rumors, and you've taken it all and put it all together for us, and never once stuttered. You never once sound confused, like you're trying to make something up. You have clarified, sir, so much for us. And you have made Summer a real person instead of just a name. And you have brought some great attention to this case, sir. And I thank you so much.
Yeah, I thank you for that.
You really have made Summer a true little girl in all of this. In all of this.
She really is. You know, she was alive. She was a person. She's a child of God. She had a soul, just like every one of us, you know. And she definitely was pure of heart. I don't care what you say on what little bad habits you had, and for you to go and talk down about your daughter the way you did, that should be a shame on you, because a child is supposed to be a child. They are naive. They don't know the evils of this world. You know, I always say a child is never born racist. It is raised that way. And until you realize that is when you understand they're pure of heart, you know, and when they look at you, you know, a powerful line I can say, in the child's eyes, mother is God. You know, because you come from a woman. You literally, that child came from you, Candace. Like, you bore her for 9 months. You suffered the labor pains. You suffered the endless nights of cravings. And I speak of this child in a grand way.
Oh, you're breaking up again, Jose.
She's this regular kid. When this kid is beyond regular, there was nothing regular about Summer. Summer definitely was special, and you could see it just being around her.
Right. Are you there, Jose? Just 1 second.
You know, and I'm just me talking about her. I'm holding back my tears so much. I'm holding so much inside. You know, it's hard to hold those emotions inside.
Right.
Experience, you know, her around you, and also to be a parent, you know, and as being father of three, and I have a daughter, you know, and I literally burned bridges with my own children. And trust me, there's not a day that goes by that I don't regret everything I've ever said. My actions, I regret it so much. But it's in God's hands how He chooses to fix it. All I could do is pray for it and wait.
Well,
Because I know
I think it's on the way to recovery.
Excuse me?
I think it's on the way to recovery, though.
Yeah, and that's the way I see it. You know, when God's good and ready to see fit that I'm ready to embrace my children again, to feel their warmth, to see my children's smiles, you know, my little girl again, you know, because she's grown. But to me, that's my little girl. You know, that's my baby. That's my princess. You know, and I look at Summer and I'm like, that's exactly how she is, a princess.
Yeah.
You know, she should have never lived like that at all, whatsoever. You know, if people never seen the video, you know, whoever's on the street, look at that McDonald video. Literally freeze it. Watch the video and freeze it. Look at the clothes everywhere, empty bottles everywhere, trash everywhere. Just freeze it and just stare at it for 5 minutes and look at your home and compare it to that. And that's the kind of woman was living for her 5 years of life. And then look at yourself and say, what child deserves to live like that?
I agree.
Okay. Jose, did you get the video I sent you the other night when, I don't remember if it was when we were on the phone or if it was in the live, but I sent you a video of Summer dancing in the rain.
That's what I was saying. Look at her with that dress. Does that dress look clean to you?
No.
It doesn't, does it? No. It's muddy, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
That's the real Summer.
At the very least, they were neglectful parents. At the very least.
Absolutely. Absolutely. 100%.
Yes. But there's a lot of neglectful.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You know, even with the boys, it was like that too. Like I said, when they used to come home to do their homework, she would tell them, do your homework, and they would be stuck on what to do. And they didn't have the intelligence to help them do the homework at all. And Grandis didn't have the patience either. You know, she knew they knew what to do, but sometimes, you know, you got to work around the kids and encourage them, you know, to do it on their own, but still be there, guide them, help them, make it interesting, try to make it fun, you know, and before you know it, they'll grasp it, they'll do it, and it's done, you know, and that's when I started to take over, and I started to help the boys with the homework. Next thing you know, boom, it's getting done. Next thing you know, they're helping me with dishes. They're helping me put clothes away. And they never fought with me, never looked down on me ever. And they never spoke back to me in any harsh way at all. When I spoke to them, I spoke to them with love and care. And the boys will always tell me, "We love you, Jose. You're so nice." And I'm like, "But why do you say that?" And they're like, "We like it when you help us with our homework, you know?" And I'm like, "Oh, I'm so glad. So what did the teacher say about your homework?" And and I would ask them how their day was in school, if they got into a fight, or did they learn something new? They weren't doing that with their children. That's how you interact with your child, because you're not going to know your child, because a portion of the day your child is in school. So us as parents, we have to realize, how we going to know the personality of our own child if we don't find out what they're learning and going through the day at school? Because those activities alone will let you know the personality of your child. What these people are teaching your child. And then if you feel something's not being taught right, that you as a parent should speak out, open up your mouth, say something, be interactive, be more involved. And the more you do that, the people respect you more. Oh, better not mess around with this one. This one's on top of his child.
Hey, did anyone ever fall on those stairs?
I have. Candace has, definitely. A few times Candace fell down those stairs drunk. Allie's fallen down those stairs. Hunter has. Wyatt has. I don't know about Summer. I don't think Summer ever did. That girl was agile. Like, she reminded me of a cat in a way. She could bounce all over the place, but she could take a licking and keep going. She would hit herself, a little whine, maybe 30 seconds, a minute, and then boom, she's right back at it. Like, girl, didn't you just get hurt? And you're doing the same thing again. It's okay.
I think those kids had to be, because they had to survive.
Yeah, basically, yes.
They didn't have the warm, fuzzy love, mom read you a bedtime story. They had mom, dad passed out on the couch, feed yourself. That's why they needed a frozen pizza all the time.
Oh, absolutely. In a little makeshift oven they didn't even buy. Dawn found it outside, cleaned it up, brought it into the house. It was an oven, and that's what they used to heat up the pizza.
Yeah.
And that's basically what was their diet: pizza, cupcakes, Twinkies, potato chips, and soda.
Pretty is as pretty does says, "Thank you, Jose. They learned what true love is through you."
I have a couple questions.
Okay.
Where was their wood stove?
In the cellar.
Okay.
The basement.
And was there a us New Yorkers call it a cellar.
You do?
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
because it's a cellar.
I did not know that.
That's a cellar.
I did not know that.
A basement?
I call it a basement.
No, that's a cellar. Legitimately a cellar.
Yeah, but see, ours is built. Ours is all fixed up like another part of the house, and we call it a basement.
That's what you call a basement when it's fixed up.
But theirs wasn't a basement.
Doors covered, painted, but when
it was a dungeon.
The way they had it, that's a cellar. That's a dungeon, basically. Yeah, it really was a dungeon. You don't see center blocks are exposed on the wall. Mm-hmm. One wall that was all center blocks are just painted. But you see where those beds was at, all the bunk beds.
Mm-hmm.
If Chris would have said, "Can I see behind the bed?" he would have saw all the mildew and mold on the cracks on the floor. All he had to do was look up at the ceiling. He would have saw the holes in the floor for the heat to rise.
I think he was scared.
The rest of the house.
Yeah, he was. That's what she's saying. She's saying if all the mold behind the bed and stuff.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And then the floor is concrete slab. There's no cushion, no padding. nothing. Just concrete floor.
Did the basement ever flood or anything?
No, not that I know
Okay.
of.
I didn't know. Probably didn't because it was up on that hill. So
Was there a room behind Candace's bed?
No. There's no room there. That was the center block wall.
Okay.
There was
And
no room at all. That's why I found it weird when I was looking, and I'm like, wow, what are they doing? Adding an extension to the home or something like that? You know, like just trying to make it like a home. If you would have saw that house when I was there from the outside, you would have knew exactly what the inside looked like too.
yes.
did you ever know that Candace to give the kids anything to make them go to sleep at night?
No, they actually went to bed on their own. They would give a little fight. Who wouldn't? They're kids. They're supposed to, you know. But no, she never gave them no drugs, no medicine to force them to bed. She would tell them in school night, you need to get to bed, pass your bedside, get your ass in there, you know. And that's how she was with them. You know, but like I said, when Donnie came around, he had that leather belt all the time. That was his intimidation factor to make everybody step into line.
One more question. Have you talked to, since you left there, have you talked to anyone like Candace, Andrew, Jeff, any of them?
No. When I left, the last person I spoke to was Candace, and that was a month after I had left, because I had looked on Facebook and I saw the Subaru, and I just shot her a message, Joe, when did you get the new car? And she's like, Dawn bought it for me. I'm like, what? You know, like I freaked out. Like, wait, didn't I tell you to stay away from that guy? She's like, I love him. He loves me, and you know, it's the brainwashing mechanism. You know, from that moment on, I just pulled away. Like, forget it. There's nothing I can do anymore. You know, like, you know, hopefully something will happen. You know, to click in her mind or anything like that. And at the time, I had my own problems too. I was drinking too, you know, going through the divorce. So who am I to speak? I'm only going to look like a hypocrite as well, you know? So I was just trying to get my life in order.
Yes. Me too. For explain to me how you think the timeline he says there doesn't add up. Please explain to me. They came whenever the NASCAR thing was going on. Grandis took him to South Carolina in October. There's nothing else.
That's absolutely correct.
Because Andrew said they went there like September 19th of 2020.
Who went there September 19th?
You guys, that's what Andrew said.
Andrew said that y'all went there September 19th of 2020.
No, I don't think so. No. Not no September.
There's a reason why he's not. I mean, maybe he did alone, but
not me.
Something is off with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Remember, because every hotel that we went to, they kept saying it was full, that they had no vacancies due to the NASCAR races. And Andrew was pissed. He started to cry.
Nelly.
He kept apologizing, and he kept saying,
It wasn't.
sorry.
That is not the fall race, the spring race.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question. Somebody in chat's asking.
Uh-huh.
Jose, did Candace ever tell you about a baby girl that she gave up for adoption?
He said no.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Andrew said beginning of race week. That was May. Jose left after the PO was let go about October 30th. What's PO?
Protection order of protection or
Oh,
whatever.
that's when Don and Don. Gotcha. Okay.
That was the altercation that me and Don got into the fight.
Right. And you got your
And he
paycheck
arrested-
that week, and
Yeah.
you
And they found the gun in his glove compartment.
yes, which is partially the reason why he is in jail today. Hello, Dolly Vision. Good to see you.
Hello, Dolly Vision.
Hey, Dolly.
Hey, Jimmy.
Jimmy Jams.
Yes, it is in Bristol. Exactly. Through Alley, Sleeping Beauty. Okay.
Jose, do you think that Candace trusted men more than she trusted women?
Absolutely.
She seems to have this.
But I could definitely tell you Allie was the closest woman she has ever trusted.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Ever.
Because it came off to me as if she never, she didn't trust women at all in her life.
No, especially after what she'd been through, being
Right.
cheated on and manipulated and everything. Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Hey, did Grandis abuse drugs?
Not while I was there. Absolutely not.
Okay.
She wouldn't even drink at all. She hated when we drank. If we ever drank, she was mad as hell.
Okay.
She would do an argument, a fit. Oh, yeah.
I agree, Renee. All right. Well, we have been on here for 3 hours and 48 minutes. So,
One more, please,
okay, go for it.
if you don't mind. Jose, is Candace on any type of disability? Does she receive any compensation from the government for anything like that? If I'm allowed to ask. If I'm not, I'm sorry.
As far as I know, no disability or anything. I do remember her getting food stamps for the kids.
Right.
She did get food stamps?
Oh, yeah. While I was there, she did. She had to because.
Oh, that's when Don was in and he left her with nothing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Boy, that's a lovely relationship, isn't it? Whenever your man of 4 kids, just drops everything and says, "I'm out of here."
He wanted everybody to go. Candace was the one who said no. So she stood her ground with that country.
Yeah. Which, whether she wanted to go or not, it still wasn't a good reason to leave Candace there without food, with the kids. And
it was mainly Allie telling me that woman.
Yeah.
Okay,
Allie
let me.
worked Allie worked very, very hard for her money.
Was it WIC or was it food stamps?
It was food stamps, I believe.
Okay.
I believe that's what it was.
So why did Allie buy food if she had food stamps?
No, at the time, she didn't have it. Me and Allie had to help her to get them.
Okay, I get it.
Because, like I said, Allie was working, and, as she's working, she has her own bills to pay. She has her own children, to feed. And she was literally taking her hard-earned money to make sure Summer, Wyatt, and Waylon had food to eat. And we're not talking frozen pizzas. We're talking real home cooked meals, you know?
Yeah.
Hey, Jose. What is your nationality? Are you Puerto Rican, Mexican?
Yes, I'm Puerto Rican. I was born in Puerto Rico.
Wepa. So did you make them some good Puerto Rican food?
Absolutely. They loved it.
Some pollo guisado?
I tried to make that. I wanted to make that, but they didn't want to try it. But I actually made them like a beef stew, which is bistec guisado. I made them empanadillas, empanadas.
Oh my goodness!
For them. Oh yeah, I was going to town for them, basically. Yeah.
Pollo guisado is my favorite, but I can never make it like a Puerto Rican does.
Yes, Amanda, 1, 2, 3, 4, exactly. The spring race for Bristol was May 31st, 2020. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, guys. Jose, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it, and thank you for answering the question. And please travel safe.
I will.
And I'll talk to you soon, okay?
Thank you, Jose.
Thank you so
Bye,
much,
Jose.
Bye, Jose. Thank you so much.
All right.
Have a good night.
And be blessed.
God bless you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, guys. So he is off of there. Ow. Sorry.
Justin.
What?
You said you're not doing a 5-hour tonight. We're up to 4.
I know. I know.
I swear it doesn't seem like.
Did I fall off my chair? No. No. I dropped my babe. All right.
Ooh, that was good.
Yes.
What a good guy. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What a good guy. You're right.
Yeah,
oh my gosh, he had me crying.
You know, he's really been through a lot. And he's had some incredible lows in life, which we all have, if we're honest. But he's really building, he really has built himself back up. And for that, I am so proud of him. And he has incredible guilt as well. And I get that, but it's what all you can do is help with what we have situated right now.
Yep. Shorty from Jersey, another great day from Justin. Yep.
Well, thank you. Appreciate you.
Well, we appreciate you, ICU, and all the work you guys have put into this. So,
yes.
Thank you, guys.
Being up here and being able to ask questions was an honor. Thank you.
Oh, no problem. I appreciate you guys. We was going to go over the live yesterday, but I'd rather have Jose live than
exactly.
Right.
Mama She 13. Thank you so much. Yeah, I honestly thought when I was going to hear Jose that he would not be as articulate as he is.
He's
to be quite
very
honest with you.
articulate.
Extremely.
I figured he would be, talking like,
Oh, Leadfoot Leela, I think you need to be
yeah,
timed out, babe.
No, she doesn't need to be timed out. She needs to go.
Well, I meant booted, but yeah, it's done.
Yep.
Vintage got her.
Thank you, guys.
Rumor has it come 9 o'clock, your room is supposed to be flooded.
Okay, cool.
So
It's
yeah.
9:55.
All right. Well, it's not in a.
Kim,
Yes,
is she
ma'am.
still here?
Yes, ma'am.
When are you going to start doing your after parties?
I have no idea.
I'll go do an after party.
Okay, cool.
All right, let's go.
All right.
Thanks,
Party,
Justin.
party
Bye, girls.
at
Yeah,
Fried Bird.
Warriors Sisterhood.
What?
Wrong channel, Justin.
Yeah, Warrior Sisterhood.
Yaya Warrior Sisterhood. So
Yeah.
come join us there.
All right, I'm gonna jump off and go set up.
Okay. Talk
Thanks,
to you guys
Justin,
later.
for excellent live.
Bye.
Thank you, guys. Honestly, guys, thank you all for your support. Thank you for being here for Summer, for Jose, for everyone. Thank you. You guys are literally the best. We will always keep it classy. We will never, ever, ever go to any level at the bottom. And that's the way it will always be here. People can say what they want, but actions always speak louder than words. So thank you guys again. Truthfully, God bless each and every one of you. The truth always prevails. It is eternal. God only likes truthfulness. Always remember that. And if it's not from God, it is not good. So keep it there. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate you. Great job with the mods. Thank you guys for keeping it respectful in chat today. There's always a couple. You know how it is. Miss Fletcher, I need my bed now. LOL. Thank you, Miss Fletcher. Link for Sisterhood. Hold on. Let me find it and I'll get it for you. Bear with me 1 second.
You know, like
Hold on. Where is her link? Okay, I can't find a link for her channel if one of you mods got it, but here is a link to one of her videos, and then you can just I think she literally just she's going live in just a few minutes if she hasn't already went live. Shalom, Kathleen. Shalom. So that's Yaya. You guys want to go in there? We'll have an after party. And she is live now. That's a video to her channel. And you can just go there from there. Love you, Moz. All right. God bless each and every one of you guys. Good night.